It's Power Hour LSU.
Let's go. I didn't think this world could get any crazier as an LSU Tiger YouTuber, but goodness gracious, I am so blessed to get to do this for a living because our dear beloved Ed Orgeron might be coming back if Lane Kiffin does indeed elect to pick LSU in the next 24 to 48 to 72 or whatever gajillion hours. And I have a message for Ole Miss, even if Lane Kiffin decides to not pick LSU, or if he does pick LSU, I think Ole Miss is not handling this the absolute best. But the first thing here is I would love Ed Orgeron to be back at LSU if Lane Kiffin is indeed the coach. I don't think Ed would have a problem working under another individual, even though, of course, Ed Orgeron was once a head coach, and he is a bold guy, and he is one of the more legendary figures in LSU football history. I would love a reunion of these two, and more importantly, a reunion of the man that turned LSU football into what it is today, of course, with the 2019 LSU Tigers, and of course, the great 2018 and 2017 LSU Tigers. And one underrated thing about Coach O is when he took over, it was a time when we really needed a jolt, right? He really got us back from the Les Miles era. And obviously, the number one thing that he would bring to this team is recruiting, and a guy that would be absolutely positively relentless on the trail. You put Ed Orgeron and Frank Wilson in a living room, you're probably not only going to get the kid, you'll probably get him at an NIL discount. Okay. So of course, Ed is someone that I would love to be back at LSU. But Carter, what about the divorce? What about when Ed did all the things and whatever? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Yes, there was a lot that happened that should not have happened under Orgeron's last couple of years at LSU. And some people do still feel pretty sour about that because there were a lot of jobs that were indeed lost. But at the same time, this is Ed Orgeron we're talking about, okay? So we then get into the topic du jour. We will have Preston Guy on in just a second. Really excited about PG. He's been doing some great work on it. And the big thing is this meeting tomorrow. This is the most seismic head coach, athletic director meeting I can remember. So Lane Kiffin, if you're listening to this in the morning, obviously a lot of you are not happy I did a live stream at 10 p.m. We normally go at 6 p.m. I'll tell you why we had to move it back tonight. But this is a big thing. Lane Kiffin will meet with Keith Carter, the athletic director of Ole Miss. And these two have a really, really strong relationship. This is part of the reason why my gut is telling me that Lane Kiffin is going to stay at Ole Miss. It's what my just general inclination is telling me that Lane is going to do. I'll give you what I think is going to happen in just a second, though. What people smarter than me are saying, because a lot of people looked at that Matt Zenitz report, and I took it off the screen already, but if you're listening to this or watching this right now, Matt reported something pretty weird. He said, if/when Lane Kiffin gets hired by LSU, Ed Orgeron is open to coming back to the Tigers. Now, before I get into this meeting, it's not a lock. Okay, this could just be Ed floating this out there, Ed putting it into the atmosphere that he wants to come back to LSU and he just wants to get back into coaching, because what you don't know is, yes, Orgeron has obviously taken a lot of meetings and he's done a lot of motivational speaking at different programs. We saw him at Grambling. We've seen him at Miami. We've seen him at quite a few different schools. We don't know what his job market actually is. So there you go. But you have this meeting tomorrow between Keith Carter and Lane Kiffin. Lane has brought up plenty of times that they meet often. Lane, of course, was given the keys to the kingdom pretty quickly at Ole Miss, and he's taken this program to a level that I just never thought I would see Ole Miss. We've seen a couple of those Bo Wallace teams and all of that. But to me, the thing that I think has shocked Lane is that he probably thought, hey, they're just going to let me coach out the rest of this season, no matter what I elect to do. I have built up as much goodwill as I possibly can. I am the one that has made your program into what it is now. But that's not how Ole Miss feels about this. And to me, that is wrong. That is totally wrong. Because what Ole Miss is failing to realize is that you have not been anything without Lane Kiffin. Nothing. If I am Ole Miss, I understand that you are worried about John Summerall going to Auburn. But you don't know if John Summerall is going to be good. In fact, we don't know if any head coach candidate is going to be good. We don't know if Lane Kiffin would win big at LSU. I would think he would. He has been a top 5 candidate for me for a very long time in terms of LSU football. But the thing that Ole Miss is missing out on is that this guy, is good in your spot right now. And I understand you want to put his feet to the fire and basically say, look, we need a decision. We need to know what we need to do. But Ole Miss, the likelihood that you are ever in this spot again without Lane is very low. And I understand, let's just say LSU hires Lane Kiffin. They're going to want Lane Kiffin to get to Baton Rouge as quick as possible, right? Well, maybe. If that is your guy and our season's already over, I understand wanting to get your signing class and your portal class all set up. That could be done. That could be done. If I were Lane Kiffin, would be insulted by Ole Miss trying to rush me into this decision. Because I am bigger than you. I have made you. And I'm not just saying this just because I want Lane to sign pen to paper and come win national championships at LSU and fix an absolutely putrid running game. That has been relayed to me by many former offensive linemen, a pretty prominent running back. They are disgusted when they see our run game. Lane fixes that pretty quickly in year 1. Our run game has got to get better, and Lane fixes it quickly. But if I was Ole Miss, I am letting Lane have his time to make this decision. It is disrespectful to him. I understand that that's not a popular opinion. And I understand I'm going to be met with, well, Carter, you don't understand the college football calendar. The hell I do. I do understand it. I have been the biggest proponent of getting rid of this absolutely stupid, nonsensical college football calendar. And it's put Lane at a truly impossible position to decide what he wants to do with his future. But the truth is, he should be allowed to do both. And Ole Miss should allow him to do both. And no matter what, the thing that I keep going back to about this, all right, and I want this thing to be very clear. Most of the people that really know ish, and we're going to talk to one, Preston is a phenomenal reporter, as many of you know. When it comes to sources, and especially when it comes to a head coaching search, there's just not a whole lot of people that really know, especially with someone like Lane, who's probably really still trying to decide what he wants to do. But I will say, including a guest who has been very public about this, who is in the know, Cooper Patagna, who joined us last night and joined us a month ago, saying that he thinks Lane is going to do this. He is not the only one. I had someone that I had never met in my entire life message me today and say that he is a longtime fan of the program. And he does, and Emil knows this. I told him this over the phone. He knows someone that is very well involved in this search, and he thinks Lane Kiffin is coming. But for me, even though these people that really, really, really know Ish, I'm starting to believe it. I'm starting to see it. I'm starting to envision it. At the same time, though, it really doesn't make rational sense. There's so many different things about it that makes no sense. And obviously, the clear and obvious one is Ole Miss being in the middle of a college football playoff run. Do you really want to leave this team at the altar? We can get into, hey, what's our playoff ranking going to be? It's going to be no better than 5. What do you think they can actually win the national championship? I don't think so. But I will tell you this, Lane Kiffin is the greatest college football coach of all time if you win a national championship with Sage Ryan as a starter on your team. Okay? But what I would say, though, is Lane has a really good relationship with the athletic director, Keith Carter. He's going to be walking into a new situation with the new AD. All right. So him and Verge probably know each other. They'll probably get along pretty quickly. But you are leaving one regime to go to the other. You are 1,000% unapologetically allowed to be yourself at Ole Miss. LSU's going to allow you to do that, but I mean, you don't know that. Obviously, they got to get used to who you are. You know who you are at Ole Miss. You know, you then get into the timing, the rebuilding, and all of that. It really does not make a whole lot of rational sense, but that's Lane Kiffin. And if I were him, even though my gut is saying, hey, this is a very complex thing he's about to do, a very unprecedented thing he's about to do. In actuality, this is the same decision that Lincoln Riley and Brian Kelly made a few years ago when they left better programs than Ole Miss to go to other really elite programs, USC and Notre Dame. Both of them would have been in the playoffs still, and they still left. Lane's just in the bad, but also great position that the playoff expanded, and this gives them an opportunity to make the playoff, even though they've lost a game. Okay, so you know, I don't know. I will never a gazillion percent know, but the steam is just unfreaking believable at this point. Okay, now this has been relayed to me by one Ole Miss source and one LSU source. I do think Florida's out of it. I do. And I do think this is going to come down to LSU and Ole Miss. It is interesting, though, that we did pile on those Florida Gator reporters saying, get your popcorn ready, stay near your phones on Sunday. Well, the more digging I did on that, there was some actual to that. They weren't just totally wrong on that. So that lets you know that Lane is someone that could change his mind. But dear Lord, people are feeling great about this. Okay. People are feeling great about this. Okay. Now, we're going to get to as many of your comments as we possibly can. And I will tell you, just give you a little behind the scenes. The reason we're going at 10 p.m. tonight is that I am very lucky to be a college basketball play-by-play announcer. I'm trying to get to a higher level in this. I've been doing it for 4 years now. You know, I've had success doing it, and I got called in to do a game tonight. So I had to move it back to 10 p.m., and there you go. I didn't intend to do it this late. But if y'all want to stay up until 2 in the morning, I am totally down to do that. Okay? Now, we take a look at the poll question. Thanks to our friends at Labor Therapy and labortherapy.com. 5 different locations in Lafayette. Do you want Ed Orgeron back at LSU? 78% of you say yes. 22% of you say no. Okay? Let's go to Blaine. He says, I think it's Dillingham or Summerall. I am indeed drinking Kool-Aid. I'm not theoretically or proverbially drinking Kool-Aid, but I am drinking Kool-Aid. Okay? So we won't keep it too long because it is late and he's got a lot going on in the personal life.
Yeah, boy, that's an understatement.
Am I allowed to say what's going on with you? Is that okay?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'll let you say it. What's going on in your personal life?
Well, in my professional life, there's a coaching search, which I find
Okay, but no
myself
one cares about that. Personal
right
life.
in the thing. Oh, I beg to differ. People do care about it. Absolutely, it's like the
No, but
thing
but
people
it's not
care
as
about.
important as this.
My wife is due for a baby tomorrow. We will see if that comes to fruition. I will say it'll be very interesting to see what comes first. Baby Guy 2.0 or LSU's new coach. It's a
All
tight
right.
race.
Before we get into this, because I deal with this as well. When people complain, this drives me nuts. When people complain about the paywall. All right, I'm gonna let you vent about this, but I'm gonna vent about it for a few seconds. I do have paywalled content. All right, it's like extra breakdowns. Occasionally, it's like news and stuff like that. People have been slamming you over the head, and then I see an actual professional journalist do this to you.
Yeah.
An actual professional journalist call you out on this BS.
That was disappointing.
Dude, it's like, you got to make a living. You got another gig coming. So what do you say to the paywall haters?
I say, look, man, it's just pictures of my feet. Don't hate the game. Yeah, I mean, look, I understand the frustration of a paywall. It's kind of, I don't know. It's like, dude, I just work here. Like,
Yeah.
I'm being paid to get news, report news, and put it out there. And the way the model works is, we you pay for a writer to get their news and put it out there, and you get paid when subscribers pay to read it. We do free content. I do lots of free content for people, but when it's this level of information, sensitive information, and this level of sourcing and good info, it's like, yeah, I mean, that's the industry standard. It's behind a paywall. It's what On3 does. It's what Rivals has done.
It's what The Athletic does.
It's what the Advocate does. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, it's part of life. I'm not going to put everything, like, we're not going to put stuff behind a paywall that isn't like really good and sourced well and all that jazz. You know what I mean? Or exclusive interviews. Like we're going to make sure you're going to get content that's good, but that's just how we provide for my family. I don't know what else to say about it. That's why I just crack jokes about it. It's just pictures of my feet. Just
that's it. That's it. I've seen them. What do you make of the timing of I'm guessing you're referencing Zach, the Keith Carter, and Lane Kiffin meeting.
Mm-hmm. And I'm also finding out other important parties will be there as of very late this night.
Okay. Are his initials JS?
I'm not gonna comment on that.
So this is an all hands on deck meeting.
I don't know if it's some important parties, some decision makers will be there. And eventually I was told by sources this was a routine meeting with Keith Carter and Lane Kiffin, which I could believe. Okay, Friday morning before every game, check in with the coach or whatever, and that's just kind of what was out there at first. But now I'm being told, no, this is not a routine scheduled meeting. This is they want to talk about Lane's future. They want answers. And by the way, the Ole Miss side of things, they're pissed right now. Like, they're angry. They feel like they've given Kiffin every resource he needs to be successful. And now they're finally here, and he's kind of like leaving them at the altar, but they're also kind of like, dude, just give us an answer one way or the other. Like, whether you're here or not, this team is locked in to compete for a championship and host a home playoff game, which, by the way, would be massive for the Oxford economy. I mean, colossal. So I've heard from people in the know at Ole Miss, they consider this game against Mississippi State the biggest game in program history, because if they win it, they get that playoff game. Now, of course, subsequently that playoff game will become the biggest game in their history, but all this is going on and they're just like, dude, what's going on here? We got to figure out what's going on. And yes, the timing of it, where players are off campus and out for the weekend, that's no coincidence. Okay. Yes, you would have to think, if you were to make a brash decision like, hey, we're going to go with the interim, the timing would also work out. Hey, okay, you got Monday, you're coming back, and new coach can take over, have a week to get things kind of settled and put in place. I'm not saying that will happen, but I'm not saying it's off the table either.
A few more here so you can get back to your loving wife. You've been all over this from the beginning. Do you feel LSU's in pole position as we speak?
In what position?
Pole position.
Like pull, shoot the gun.
Or I thought pole position was like a NASCAR thing. You're in pole.
No,
or
I've never heard that term in my life. I'm trying to think. I will get a plug in real quick. If you want the full entire scoop, go check out tigerbait.com, where I have a massive update with all this information out there. I believe LSU is in the best position it's been since this started. And it's every piece of information I get throughout the day, which has just been an insane amount of information coming my way, fortifies that more and more and more. Okay. I will also say that this is Lane Kiffin we are dealing with. And the thing is about him is he is chaos unmitigated. He has left teams at the altar many times, and he has a long history of doing that, of just making you think, okay, I'm in, I'm out. I'm going to make a brash decision and pull out. He think about how the Alabama situation played out. You ever heard of a coordinator accepting a new job, getting fired for the national championship when he's doing a good job coaching the team?
And then Sark calls it. Yeah.
That is the human personality we are dealing with this. So I'm not going to say with any certainty. That's the thing I'm telling everybody is, you are a fool if you are dealing with Jimmy Sexton and Lane Kiffin and you're going to make any comments with any certainty. By the way, that's what a lot of the people in the know at Florida made a big mistake. 7 days ago, Florida was cruising, looking like they were super confident. Right now, LSU finds itself, also super confident. And,
there were legit Florida reporters that
they said, sit by your phones on Sunday.
Literally a guy. And it was that guy who said he looks like Nate Bargatze. And he kind of did, ironically. I'm such a big Nate fan that I found that amusing. But so I was like, okay, maybe there is some teeth to it. And let me just say, he doesn't look as stupid as everyone made him out to be.
Right.
Which is why I tweeted out, bro, just say what you're going to say. I'll Venmo you $50. Just say what you thought was going to happen. But he didn't want to do it. So,
right.
And I would have sent him some feed pics as well. But man,
well, that's worth more than $50 for sure.
Yes. Florida folks were really thinking it was going to happen. And then boom, families in Baton Rouge.
Well, and there was a high level of certainty, and I have reason to back up that they should have been confident about that.
Yes.
But the one thing they made the mistake of is forgetting this is Lane Kiffin. And I'm not going to make that mistake. I'm going to let everybody know this is Lane Kiffin. This is Jimmy Sexton. Chaos unmitigated. I have what would normally give me a very high level of confidence that LSU will pull this off. But I don't, because it's Lane Kiffin.
Just my gut keeps telling me there's no way he's going to do this. Even though, once again, you're a better reporter, you're more plugged in than me. It is just crazy how much info. And I'm just like, there's just no way this is actually going to happen. I would be overjoyed. Someone already publicly said I'm going to be waxed when this occurs, which is fine. I've always wanted to do that for a good cause.
Like wax your toes or like what?
No,
like
Blake in front of his large ass.
Oh, you wax your chest. Oh.
He was like, Carter, we're doing a full wax. And I said, we'll do something for charity for
He
it.
said he'd pay for it too, which was generous of him.
Well, there's a viewer, shout out Rayleigh, big PHL supporter.
Yeah.
She was watching, and she's got it covered.
Yeah. Can I do a strip?
Are you hairy?
Oh, I'm very hairy, but that has nothing to do. This is your chest we're talking about. I want to pull the strip card.
Oh, you want to pull one?
I want the nipple.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Are you doing this in Baton Rouge? Don't be a coward and do this in Arkansas. You come here.
Yeah, I think Rayleigh would travel. Rayleigh's my homie. She'll take care of it.
No. Are you going to travel to Baton Rouge?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I want.
She lives locally. She's one of my wife's best buddies. But she already said. But for me, I then get into this Ed Orgeron report, and the wording of it from Matt Zenitz is what everyone's pointing to. Your thoughts on the Coach O, because you clarified that you think there's some steam.
Yeah, I've talked, and of course, Coach O came out publicly and said this, so this isn't like breaking investigative reporting I'm putting out here. But I have talked to multiple sources who have talked directly to Ed Orgeron, who have said, look, this isn't just PR public talk like, oh yeah, no, I sure do love LSU, and behind closed doors he's MFing them. No, he's dead serious. Like, he would love to come back and coach defensive line at LSU, especially if it's Lane Kiffin. So, and I know Ed Orgeron, as of today, told someone he would do it. I talked to someone literally a couple hours ago who had talked to Coach O about it. And yeah, so, I mean, it's not really breaking news. It's not like something you didn't hear, but sometimes we all know that there's coach speak with these things. Like, people will come out and say something in front of cameras just to say the right thing and come off, gracious or whatever. But I don't think it's coach speak at all. I think he'd be like, hell yeah, let's roll. Let's get the gang back together. By the way, he needs money now. That $16 million buyout is paid out, and his wife took half of it.
That is true. You then get into your opinion. All right, so let's strip all your reporting down.
Okay.
All jokes aside, Preston Guy feels what about Lane Kiffin as the next head coach at LSU?
Excited. He will be exciting. He will be must-watch TV. There's no ifs, ands about it. Do I know if he's going to win multiple championships? I don't know. Do I know that he's going to be this elite recruiter or whatever? I don't. I do know that there are feelings among the Ole Miss faithful that feel that they have given him ample resources to be as successful as he's been, and he's just kind of done the bare minimum. It is not lost among them that last year they gave him a $20 million roster, the second highest roster in the country, from my understanding, just behind Ohio State. And he went 9-3 with that roster, lost to a mediocre LSU team on the road, lost to a 4-8 Kentucky team, and just didn't make the playoffs with that, right? So now this year was a surprise to them. I don't think very many people expected, including Lane Kiffin, I don't think they expected this team to go 11-1 and do what they're doing, but here they are. So I think there's some hesitations, but that being said, I do think Lane Kiffin's personality, like, he is the neck chant of college football coaches.
I like the way
Tell me he would not lean in to the personality of LSU. Also, you have to consider the impact of having a viral personality like him. If you look at the attendance at Ole Miss, it has skyrocketed. He has made them a destination school where kids are coming from all over the country to go to Ole Miss because, hell yeah, we got Lane Kiffin, right? So you would have to wager in that factor as well. But ultimately, Carter, we talk about coaches when they get hired, right? And one term that always comes up when people talk about them is what's the narrative around the country? And the one narrative you want to hear, does this man strike fear into the other fan bases? Well, I think consider this. When they hired Les Miles, it was meh, okay, whatever. It was a collective meh, right? Ed Orgeron, there was no fear. Great for Ed. What a great comeback story, right? Brian Kelly, there were people impressed with the hire. I think that Lane Kiffin, I want you to close your eyes and just think about Lane Kiffin with Jamar Chase, Malik Neighbors, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Jarvis Landry, Odell Beckham, and all this just Louisiana speed and talent that we consistently see. And think about what Lane Kiffin could do with that offense. By the way, with Lane Kiffin in town, you're not going to be, it's not like these talented Louisiana players are going to have to come in and be like, well, I hope they've got a good OC in town, because if not, this just could be very mundane. Like, no, that half of the ball, that side of the ball is going to be covered every year. It does not matter. Lane Kiffin will field a top 10 offense. It's just always been the case. Lane Kiffin is an offensive mastermind. So do I think that there will be fear struck in opponents' eyes when they think about stopping Lane Kiffin's offense with Louisiana talent? Absolutely. Absolutely. So there's certainly some hesitations, but there's a lot to like. There's a reason Lane Kiffin is number one on everybody's board right now.
Eli Drinkowitz.
I know him. Is there something specifically you want to hear?
Well, I sometimes when I ask a question, I just say the name and just let you
people rattle off. But you want my thoughts on him?
Do you think he is a serious LSU? I've heard that there's some smoke there as a backup.
Yeah,
but
there's some smoke there.
Do you think he'd be a good coach at LSU?
I don't know. I do think he's a very smart, cerebral coach. I do know he uses a lot of data and analytics for things. However, there just seems to be that lack of an alpha machismo, and I don't think the fans are going to embrace him.
I don't either.
I think that's going to be a major factor. Sure, he could be a good coach, but you need fan support. By the way, in this era in particular, you really need fan support more than ever, because fan support is money support. That's just how that works, right? So I don't know that Eli Drinkwitz is going to be embraced. Every time I've brought up Eli Drinkwitz, the fans have just mocked him.
It makes no sense.
It's also not lost among me that, a lot of people think the sign of a good killer coach, one who's ready to take that step up, is a giant slayer. And he's 0-6 in his last 6 SEC games against ranked opponents.
Okay, and who are those losses against to?
Well, one of them's LSU. I mean, I'd have to go back and pull them up.
And who was? How did that game play out?
Well, it was 45-35. It was Jaden. It was a shootout.
Yeah, and to be specific, it was 49-39. But it's the same thing.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's the same thing. All right, I just want people to say, well. Jayden was ridiculous. It was one of the best. It was one of those things where I just don't know any team that's beating Jayden Daniels.
Well, the defense was not ridiculous, though. You got to, I mean,
they let Brady Cook throw for 414 yards.
Right, but anyways, my point being is that he is 0-6 in his last top 25 games, and eventually it's like, if you're that good of a coach, you should eventually beat one of these teams. But I think it's been like 3 or 4 years since he got a win. So a lot of people are going to point that out. So I genuinely believe that Eli Drinkwitz would be an option. I don't think that he's a guy who people would hate. I will tell you, if Lane Kiffin falls through, I will lobby that LSU should go after a coordinator. And that's a hot take.
Okay. All right. So just for clarity, you would be fine going a cheaper option with someone that does not have prior head coaching experience.
I don't care that cheaper's great. It also reduces your risk if it doesn't work out.
Right.
You move on. You don't have to pay $54 million. I'm not saying LSU needs to go cheap, but all right, Carter, do me a favor. Name the top 3 coaches in college football right
now. Kirby is number 1.
Okay.
There's not and then Ryan Day, and then Lanning. Probably.
Okay. You know what all 3 of those have in common?
They didn't have that coaching experience.
Coordinator promoted to an elite job. Dan Lanning, DC at Georgia. Well, but it's Kirby Smart's defense. Is Dan Lanning really in charge of it over there? Turns out he learned a thing or two. Kirby Smart. But he coaches under Nick Saban. Is he really running things over there? We don't really know how good he is as a coach. guess what? He learned a thing or two. Multiple championships won at Georgia. Well, Ryan Day, I mean, he just coached under Urban Meyer. Urban Meyer was the one calling the shots here. I mean, do you really think Ryan won a championship? All three of those names you just named. And by the way, there's a lot more. There's one distinct enigma in the list, and that's going to be Kirk Cignetti. However, Kirk Cignetti is 22-2 at Indiana. 11-0. He's the exception to a lot of rules, is my point. But anyways, if you look at the hot names in college football, we'll throw Marcus Freeman in there, by the way, as well. Yeah. No head coaching experience, coordinator. This is a path that can work. It's not guaranteed to work, but what path of coaching hires is guaranteed to work? There is none, right? But this is one that can play out. And, here's the thing. Sometimes you'd rather have the guy that is unproven than the guy who is proven not to be able to do what you need to do. He's had the opportunity and he hasn't won at the level. Sometimes it's better to be like, look, this guy's been a coordinator. He hadn't had his chance. He's super bright. Who knows what he can do? Then the guy, well, this guy's here at this school and he hasn't won the way you want to win, but maybe your resources and what you provide is so good, it puts him over the top. And that was the argument with Brian Kelly, right? Is that Notre Dame didn't provide the resources, and we saw how that played out. I'm just saying, I wouldn't be upset. Glenn Schumann, Will Stein, Lapoy. I wouldn't be mad Joe Brady if he's.
I wouldn't do Lapoy.
Really? Why not? He's I think he's had 4 straight seasons of top 10 defenses.
I mean, no.
Okay. All right. Anyways,
I would go Colin Klein. I love Colin Klein.
Even though it's been this 1 year. It makes me feel old though.
Nah, dude, I remember him in the Heisman.
It's unbelievable when I hear names like that. But then again, look who the coach of the Saints is. I mean, that makes me feel old too. Anyways, I wouldn't mind Kelvin Shepard. Wouldn't mind him at all either.
Let's go.
I mean, there's just a lot of good, bright names. I wouldn't panic. There's a lot of coaches I think are good coaches out there that could win some games for LSU, do well here.
And for you tomorrow, do you think that there is a chance that Lane just ends all of this and re-signs with Ole Miss?
Yeah, there's a chance. I would say, in my opinion, it's not the most likely option.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Do you think Keith is willing to let Lane coach the Egg Bowl and then make a decision?
If he does, it'd be like day after, like the Saturday after.
Right.
It'd be like very quickly, but I think that's the absolute latest. I think it's very possible he demands an answer tomorrow.
I think Keith is starting to get fed up. And it's also one of those things where I want people to put themselves in the athletic director's shoes. You have a good relationship with this guy who makes more money than you, is clearly more powerful than you. But this is an instance where you literally feel like you have so much less power than Lane. So you're trying to step your foot down and say, look, you don't run stuff here.
Right.
And my thing is, if you're, and I understand this is the opinion that I've had on this, that's not very popular, but if I'm Ole Miss and if I'm LSU, if Lane picks LSU, I'm fine with letting Lane coach a playoff. I'm fine with both parties. I would be totally fine with it.
I have made that argument too. Ole Miss does not feel that way.
They don't.
The only way that Lane Kiffin will coach that playoff game is if he has signed an extension.
And it's nonsensical. Before I let you go, once again, thank you to your wife. Hope baby Preston tomorrow is gonna, or whenever.
It's a girl.
Yeah. I want to actually ask you a question about the current LSU football roster.
Okay. Who wants to talk about that at this point?
I know. This is anything that has stood out to you from interviews, or you beat Arkansas, the Frank thing. What has just interested you about that, or have you just not even? It's just not even been on your mind this week.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I literally led my show on Monday, and I said, "I'll tell you what we're not going to be talking about tonight, and that is Western Kentucky." It just is missing the point. But I mean, yeah, certainly interested in seeing the team and how they rally, and Michael Van Buren and his odds for the future. I'll be interested to see how bought in this team is, and if they want to return. Certainly, there will be a large amount of roster attrition. There's no doubt about that. But I do wonder if NIL has come full circle, right? That remember how that 2021 Orgeron leaves, the portal's open, but there's no NIL or yes, there's NIL in place, but it's like the infancy of NIL. So it's
Yeah,
like
it
all these
wasn't.
guys are sitting there realizing I can leave and go get a bag. So half your team is gone. I wonder if NIL's gotten to the point where it's actually structured some of these contracts where it's like, okay, you can leave, but you have to pay us back. You know what I mean? Like it's going to make it a little more difficult for guys to just bolt and leave. I wonder if they will be able to keep things together. And I know for a fact with this recruiting class, that's keeping things together for now, because a lot of these guys, they're locked in financially, and credit to Austin Thomas and Frank Wilson for keeping it together without a coach. They do have the number one player in the country committed right now currently, which is no small deal. But it's just it's kind of funny how what was initially the beacon of madness has become a movement of stability in ways.
I'm worried about Western Kentucky. Hilltoppers, 8-2, coming to Tiger Stadium.
I will say this, okay, and obviously none of those are world beaters on their schedule, right?
No.
They have certainly beaten some teams though, right? Winning Saturday secures a winning season for the team. Okay? Because if you think about it, and by the way, if they don't win, if they get upset by Western Kentucky, it's very likely you have a losing season, which you can argue how much that matters to you, yes or no. I argue it matters because in 24 of the last 25, no, it will be 24 of the last 23 of the last 24, the team has finished with a winning record, with 2021 being the one exception. And by the way, all 24 of those seasons, they have finished with a bowl eligible record, a winning record at the end of the regular season. I argue that means LSU is a program with a high floor. That does matter, right? And I think that if you lose to Western Kentucky, you're going to find yourself at 6-5. Then you have a road trip to Oklahoma, which I think is a daunting task for this team where they're at this point. I think that would be a very impressive job for Frank to go in there and beat Oklahoma on the road, right? Then you're going to have a bowl game, and to say there will be uncertainty as to who will be participating in that bowl game, all you have to do is go back and look at the Texas Bowl from 2021, December 31st, 2021, where John Trick Kirkland was out there throwing touchdowns, right?
Let's go.
Right? And by the way, one of my favorite moments from a Tiger, we fighting Tigers. We got 11, we showing up, man. I mean, it's difficult to come off as a winner in moments like that, but those are the kind of moments that you should take a lot of pride in as a fan. But regardless, if you're objectively analyzing the game and to say if LSU shows up with 39 scholarship players again, not a good odds. Now, I don't know if that actually happens. Remember, we were just talking about NIL and how it adds structure. I don't know who will show up for that bowl game. Another factor is maybe having a coach in place sooner, maybe, could be, maybe prevents some of that attrition as well. But my point is, it's far from a safe bet that you will win that bowl game. So your best odds to secure a winning season, end of story, win Saturday. You're 21.5 point favorites.
Preston Guy's his name. P Guy 77. Go sign up. What is it? It's like $1 for the first week, right?
First week at Tiger Bay. Yeah. $99 a year, guys. Just do that. Your wife won't even notice it on the credit card bill, and you only have to wait 12 more months to see it again.
And then I'm not even promoting my own paywall content. This is how much that's how much I believe. It's how much I believe in Preston joining us.
Well, Carter, do you post pictures of your feet behind your paywall?
No, it's another part of my body that I can't say aloud.
Well, then what's the point? You know what I mean? Like, don't do a paywall unless your feet are there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but yeah, I won't get into which other part of my body. It's okay. I'll just say it.
But
It's
Carter,
my.
I'm gonna be very honest. I've seen most of your body on your social media posts.
I'm not afraid to share it.
I'm not like proud of it. You look kind of like a Wookiee. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like Chewbacca, but
Yeah.
I guess in 2025 we have to accept these things.
It's my kneecap for those that.
Your
Spoiler alert.
kneecap.
You're a Polymarket guy too. Look, it's up to 97 cents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought that was funny.
And that's out of 100 cents.
That was very shortly after my report broke on LSU. How did I phrase it? LSU gaining momentum. There it is. LSU has all the momentum with Lane Kiffin right now. Let me tell you, the way I've had to just very carefully phrase everything I've put out the last couple weeks, it's been like stepping on eggshells here, because you always want to make sure not to overreact and make sure that you get the gravity of what is going on behind the scenes without overstepping your lines. Because sometimes when you get information from these sources, it is not calm and, and understanding.
Have you ever accidentally burned somebody over the air?
I've had a couple people get a little upset with me.
It's the worst.
It's the worst. Burn is the word. I've had people be like, so like Tristan Lay. I'll go ahead and say this. This has been like 5-6 years now. So Tristan Lay was a 5-star offensive tackle who signed with Clemson. Of course, there was a lot of pressure on LSU to get him. His mom gave me this interview where it was just spectacular, the things she was saying. She talked about touring schools and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to put this all out there. You just told me. Well, then apparently Tristan and other coaches got upset and told her, hey, can you please delete the story, because there's just too much in there. She's just like, I just can't be talking to reporters anymore. Yeah, so that's kind of happened, but yeah, I don't know that I've ever been like, I have an anonymous source and people were able to track down who the source was and they got in trouble. No.
I'm always extra careful. I did have one just quit talking to me last year, and it wasn't because of any information that I gave.
Yeah.
It was just too much negative coverage of this person. But those things happen, and you hate it. You really, really, really do. But Preston guy, go get you some sleep. Could be a big, big, big day for you tomorrow.
Could be a big, 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 big day. Yeah, imagine a baby and a coach hit the same day. Could you imagine?
It would be crazier if Lane like turns LSU into a dynasty and your kid was born the day that it happened.
I'd have to get Lane to give the kid a shout out at that point.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, people are asking if you would name your child after Lane, if that happened. Do you have a name?
I do have a name. Her name will be Ellis, as in like LSU, Ellis.
Oh, okay. I like that.
Yep, and we're gonna call her Ellie for short.
Ellie.
Yeah, because Ellis is a bit much, to put out there and kind of uncommon. But Ellis will be the name, and we'll call her Ellie, and we're gonna have Peyton and Ellie.
There you go. PG, we'll talk to you soon, brother.
Catch you later.
See you, buddy. Preston guy. I didn't hit him up last weekend in town because I don't know. He still owes me an oyster dinner at the oyster joint that partners with this channel. God, why am I slipping on their name? Preston, if you're still listening, text me the name. I'm gonna shout him out here as well. Let's go to DK. Carter, how can I access the All 22? I post my All 22 on Patreon. So you go to patreon.com/LSU football. I will also post an update on, I don't normally do, okay, Bay's Oyster Bar. Okay. So y'all go support that. Celebrity Theaters, all his partners. And Celebrity Theaters, if you want to partner with PHL, hit me up, man. I love Tiger Bait. Mike Scarborough's interview on here was epic a few weeks ago. Let's go to Jordan. I don't care who the next coach is, so long as they keep Kenzo Kelly on the roster. I kind of want to do one of these things, and my wife would get really angry at me for doing this. But I kind of want to go live until the Keith Carter meeting tomorrow. It's 10:52. I don't know what time the meeting is. It's going to be earlier in the day, more than likely. Can we do a 12-hour stream from now until then? I think I could pull it off. Now, I don't know if you guys can hang. The problem is I called a basketball game earlier, and I don't know if I had the voice to do it. If I was just raw and fresh, pause, I would be able to do it until then. Okay, let's go to Guitar George. After Brian Kelly, do we really want to deal with all the drama that is Lane Kiffin from an a-hole to a narcissist? Okay. Yes, you do have to deal with the Lane Kiffin antics. But I do want to let Guitar George know something. Is that when you are a coach or you are really anyone that works in the entertainment industry, okay, myself included, everyone is a narcissist. Now, there's different levels to it. Some are delusional narcissists, but everybody has a level of narcissism when you are a head coach. It's kind of innate, if you will. For me, I can live with it because he's been arguably the best coach in the SEC, not named Kirby Smart, of the past couple of weeks. It's kind of crazy that Jordan says, "Where's Jared?" And then Jared just walks in and just gives a membership. By the way, I don't do a good enough job plugging the memberships. What's up, Dexter? Let's go. And we're getting a lot of PHL legends creeping in here. Good to see you. But to DK, I don't want my paid service. We have a Discord. We have insiders in that Discord who are plugged in and they've shared updates. Shout out to them. Ask anybody in the chat that is a Discord member. Jared, Emil, the chat in there is really good. It's not constant, just crazy stuff, right? It's just a good, rational chat. But I don't want like my paywall content to be just updates. I want it to be like extra film studies and stuff like that because that just kind of goes along with what we do. Once again, I have a journalism degree. I'm not a reporter. Preston is a reporter. I'm not a reporter. But what I would also say about the reporting of this Lane Kiffin situation is that anybody that is reporting Lane is going to do this, you just do not know this man. And for the most part, when there are reports out there that so-and-so is going to do this, there's normally a lot of truth to it. So you go back to Lincoln Riley and LSU from a few years ago. Okay, there's different reports over, was Lincoln Riley even ever considering LSU? And it's not even worthy going back to talk about it, but as time moves on, people are more willing to talk and say, hey, this did almost happen. This did do this or whatever. I do think, for me, that Lane Kiffin was interested in Florida, and that obviously at this point he is very interested in LSU. And if he doesn't pick either, that does not mean he wasn't interested. That does not mean he did or did not already agree to it. I will be honest. I've also heard that he has already agreed to being the LSU coach. But there's plenty of people that agree to go out with you for drinks and they bail. You can agree on a lot of things. There's been reports about Knox saying, hey, I'm enrolling at this school. Whether it's Catholic or U-High, I've heard it all. There's probably still people out there camping at the airport just to see if there's anything going on out there. You're looking to see where are there any black SUVs just pulling up out of nowhere? Where is the MMG plane? This sounds like the freaking plot of a James Bond movie. But now, after discussing all of this about Lane, and we will get to a break here in just a moment, but let's keep this in mind as far as where LSU is going to be if Lane Kiffin says no. So, if Lane says no to LSU, I am very worried about this search for LSU. And where I hope LSU actually goes with this search is the idea that, number one, we don't know anything in terms of which coaches are going to work and which ones aren't. There are plenty of instances where if you were to look at a prior coach's resume, you would seriously not know if that coach was going to be better than another coach with a better resume who took that same job. We've seen it at Texas A&M. If you were to look at the resumes of Jimbo and Elko, you would pick Jimbo having a better job with better recruiting classes. If you were to look at Ed Orgeron, and a weaker SEC, by the way. If you were to look at Ed Orgeron, and if you were to look at Brian Kelly, you would say Brian Kelly's going to be the better head coach at LSU. So the reason I bring that up, if there just happens to be Wade Roos, Verge Osbury, or shout out the governor, Governor Landry. All three of you have an invite to PHO, by the way. What I would say to you is this, is that every coach you hire is a leap of faith. Lane seems like he is the most sure thing right now, and I do feel that way, that he is a pretty certain thing for being good at LSU. But the thing that has resonated with me, and I've brought up this take a few times, and it's not a glaze. I've never met this young man, but Josh Pate. Josh Pate was on Get Up, and he made an interesting point about the LSU job. He said, hey, I think there's 25 to 30 coaches that can get this thing moving. I probably don't feel that way at Auburn. I probably don't feel that way about Florida or any of those things. LSU is a job that there are a lot of people here that can get this thing going, which is why Preston made a really good point about, hey, why don't we just go get a coordinator? Who is the best coach in college football? It's Kirby Smart. He is the best. I don't know if anybody's close right now to Kirby. So why not just say, hey, Glenn Schumann, here's your chance. Bring what Kirby has going on, and let's see if you can get it going. What do we know about Glenn? Well, he's not a big personality. He's someone that's going to come in and bring the Georgia identity to our program. Now, it's funny that you would bring him over when his defense has what looks to be issues, if you will. This is by far his worst defensive line he's had there. They are, and this sounds crazy, but they are bottom 10 in pass rush efficiency. I watch Georgia every week. We got into it. I don't want this to be another Georgia stream. We talked about Georgia for 20 minutes, and I got messages telling me and Cooper to shut up about it, but they just do things so well. Okay? Real cast says, let's do it. So don't get into the, hey, we need this person to succeed. You don't. You don't. Now, do you need a good coach to succeed? Yeah. Yeah, you do. Okay. Now, of course, the next big thing is who would Lane hire as a DC? one thing LSU has always been 50-50 on is coordinator hires. It's hardly ever any in between with some of their coordinator hires. It's normally, hey, they're all-time great coordinators, or hey, they've had all-time terrible seasons. All right. Now, I will tell you what I know about Eli Drinkwitz, because it seems as if there's so much smoke out there on Drink. Okay. So, I didn't want to get into as big of a pushback with Preston about the Eli Drinkwitz and the 0-6 stat versus ranked teams, because number one, it's not true. He beat Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl. But the reason people don't include that is because Ohio State's quarterback opted out and Marvin Harrison opted out. So it's whatever. The Ohio State's roster is still loaded, and they still out physicaled them and beat them 14-3. If you're to tell me, hey, who is going to win that game 14-3? I would tell you Ohio State would win that game 14-3. Okay. But the thing that people get wrong in the sport of college football all the time, and for you PHLers, before I become the biggest national college football analyst of all time, kidding, but like you got to say, you got to have a bit of narcissism. You got to believe you can do it, and I believe I can do it. My bank account doesn't say that. My follower account doesn't say that, but I believe I will be one of the best college football analysts of all time. All right. You got to believe it. You got to believe it. Creole Pate right here. But this is so important. And it's ironically the thing that I bring up the most about last year's Ole Miss team that I thought still should have made the playoff. And no, this is not me sucking up to Lane Kiffin, because I have made this point plenty of times. Ole Miss should have made the playoff because we as fans need to pay attention to how games are actually played. So everybody points to Eli. Well, he doesn't win the big one. Okay, well, what happened in these ranked games with Eli Drinkwitz? Well, he didn't get his ass blown out. In 2022, the best Kirby team of all time, who was the team that was the closest to beating them? It was Missouri. They lost 26-22. 26-22. And they probably should have won that game. Nobody came close to beating Georgia outside of a C.J. Stroud team with Ohio State. That's it. That was a great Georgia team. All right, so 2023 rolls around. Who did they lose to? Well, they lost to Jaden Daniels, who literally went Super Saiyan. For you anime fans out there, Jaden Daniels that day was Goku mixed with Vegeta, mixed with Piccolo, mixed with a Krillin Destructo disc. There's no shame in losing that game. And then he also lost to Georgia between the hedges, and that game was also very competitive. They did not get blown out. Okay? Last year, they lost a thriller versus South Carolina. Lost a few other close ones. Okay? Now, let me be fair. Oh, make sure I get this final score right here. For they were blown out by 41-10. They got blown out by a mediocre Texas A&M team last year. Okay, I watched that game. There was an early touchdown that was taken off the board by Missouri, but they got their asses kicked coming off a bye. I'll also say last year in the SEC, a lot of teams sucked coming off the bye. The only other game that they lost in 2024 was when they played Alabama at Alabama with the worst backup quarterback in college football, in Drew Pine. Okay, but when they had Brady Cook, they only lost 2 games last year. Okay, now did they have any big wins? No, because they had a softer SEC schedule. Then we get to 2025, and who are their losses? Well, they lost by 3 to Alabama, who's a college football playoff team. They lost to Vanderbilt on the back end of a back-to-back road game. They weren't blown out. And then they played Texas A&M, with the backup quarterback. So this idea that this guy's not won the big one and he's taking advantage of some weaker SEC schedules, sure. And you could also make that case for Josh Heupel. But if you actually watch how the games are played, how many games can you really point to where you say, well, Missouri, they were ridiculously unlucky to win that one? Okay? Sure. On the road at Auburn, they had a lot of good fortune to find a way to win that one. I'll give you that. But most of their wins, they're playing good football. And something else that I really like about Drinkowitz is this guy can run the football. All right. The number one complaint I get on any LSU offensive breakdown, Carter, why can't we run the ball? Okay. Let's go to Seth. I'm too confident about Elijah Drinkowitz. And Seth, welcome to the channel. Yeah. It wouldn't be my top guy, but it wouldn't be a bad guy. Okay, but welcome to the channel, Seth. Good to see you. Let's go to Lauren. I've seen Lauren's name in the chat quite a bit. Thank you for your support. I don't think I think I've seen you in the chat before. There was a huge debate about Lane's interest in Florida. I saw you going back and forth with some Gator fans. There was interest. I mean, unless you truly do think he was just using them as a ploy and sending his family that way, I do think there was interest. Okay. Let's go to Donovan and says, if Lane says no, give Blake Baker the job. That wouldn't be the worst thing. That wouldn't be the worst thing. You know, you can make a case that, and TJ, thank you for the Venmo. Appreciate you. Let me just say this quickly about Blake Baker. There is one agent, and I probably shouldn't say that because I don't know a lot of agents that have dropped this guy's name before in the chat, but this was an agent who reached out to me and said, Carter, I don't even know if Blake Baker's really coordinator material. I think head coaching wise, he's a different breed. And I was like, well, he's not really been a head coach. He's like, yeah, but he's got more traits of a head coach. And it really opened my eyes because when you listen to Blake Baker in an interview, it's great. When you look at these mic'd up segments, it's great. I've interviewed some of Blake Baker's players before. They love him. They do. So yeah, I mean, I do think Blake is head coaching material. And I think if for some reason LSU parts ways with him, I could see him be a big time head coach somewhere else. Okay. Let's go to Guitar George. Would Dillingham take the gig? I think so. Yeah. I think so. You know, the thing that's very tantalizing about Kenny is you're getting his quarterback as well, more than likely. You'll get Sam Levitt, who is a very good quarterback. Dual threat. Okay. Let's go to J-Red. What's up, man? Thank you for the super. I really appreciate it. Ahmad Hardy with Caden, Harlem, and Hardy. Just run the triple option with them. Okay. Let's go to Rome, one of our many patrons. Does this idea of a Drink and Baker reunion at Florida scare you more than Kiffin going there? Yeah, I mean, I just think Drink's a good coach. I really do. What really strikes fear into me? Well, with the way the schedules are going to be, because this was reported a little bit earlier, and this is a bigger story for me than it is for a lot of you because I grew up in Arkansas, played high school football in Arkansas. spent most of my summers in Louisiana. LSU versus Arkansas is a lot to my family. Not only my bloodline, but also my wife's family. It means a lot to them. And there was a report earlier that LSU Arkansas will be moved back to Thanksgiving. That's from an Arkansas reporter who I know. But nothing really scares me in a 9-game conference schedule because everything's going to even itself out. The only thing you should really be worried about are your permanents, but the importance of those permanents decrease when there's 6 other SEC games that are played every season. Okay, so LSU, one big thing about Kiffin going to LSU, especially when you look at college football, and the thing that college football has over every other sport is scarcity. Why do we like college football so much? Well, for a lot of us, it's pageantry. A lot of it, we just like the sport of football. We like our brands, regionalism, and all of it. But what really sets college football apart is scarcity. We don't play as many games, and those games matter more. And the thing about the scarcity is that every one of those games matter exponentially more when it comes to bowl eligibility and program health and all of that. So, yeah, your permanents do matter because you do play them every year. You get Lane from LSU, you're taking him off your permanent schedule at Ole Miss, and the likelihood of whoever steps in at Ole Miss, the likelihood that that program becomes better without Lane is very low. Very, very, very low. Okay? So, it's big. And right now, Arkansas is probably the weakest program in the SEC. So you would be getting 2 bottom 5 programs on your annual schedule if you were to get Lane Kiffin to LSU. Okay? I see Pearson here. I want to do a quick shout out to everybody, especially the PHL legends. Aaron, KJ Looney, Mr. Terps. Let's go to Ray Lynn. Carter, you think I'm a coach? Okay. I've had some prayers about that lately. Should I get into coaching? Obviously, I'd have to start I wouldn't be starting at LSU. Okay. Let's go to BD20927. How much of that Ole Miss roster do you think is that Ole Miss because of NIL brand versus because of Lane Kiffin? I'm willing to bet a good amount of Ole Miss players follow Lane if he leaves. Players love him. Okay. So this is going to sound like a hypocritical statement. All right. The reason why players like Lane Kiffin so much is number one, he wins. That is the single most important thing. If you're winning, you're able to put up with more BS. Okay. The perfect example of this is Bobby Petrino. Bobby Petrino is not a pleasant person to be around. In particular, when he was first at Arkansas and all these other jobs. But he won games. So you put up with it, right? There's plenty of other examples like this. Brian Kelly at Notre Dame. It's amazing how many stories are coming out now about that. But whatever. Lane wins. But he also is an affable guy. But the reason players like him so much is that he's willing to tell them what the current college football day and age is like. Okay? Hey, we are paying you. We need you to be professionals here. And I've already released my film study as to why I think Lane specifically fixes a big deal. A lot of our issues has been fourth down efficiency. Lane is very aggressive on fourth down. I am naturally an aggressive fourth down decision maker. It's what I like to do the most. And we had the fewest fourth down go for it attempts in the SEC. Some of that have been smart fourth down decisions. I think we've also made the worst fourth down go for it at the end of this second quarter versus Clemson. Lane has been a lot more balanced with that. Okay. So, for me, I really, really, really love Lane Kiffin's fourth down aggression. I also love the different ways he converts fourth downs. So we released a public film study. I showed you that, and it's very simple data. It wasn't anything deeply analytical, but I showed you the difference in where we've been with fourth down calls and where Lane has been with fourth down calls. Now, the funny thing is part of why some of our shortcomings on fourth down haven't been as big of a deal is that Brian Kelly was a really elite third down play caller. And Garrett was really elite on third and long. And there's different reasons as to why we were very good in those situations. But fourth down has been kind of a weakness for us. It's been a strength for Lane. Also, there's things that he gets in terms of game management that's a little bit different and a little bit higher level. Okay. So, like Preston did, I want to show you this right here. Okay. This is a good way for you to support us. Once again, I'm a little bit different than Preston because I am my own person. Okay. Every money that you give to this, every dime that you give to this channel goes to me. Okay. I don't have a corporate overlord that gives me a salary. Now, Tiger Bait is not a corporate overlord. That's not, I love Mike Scarborough and them. But this is one of my favorite membership film studies I've ever done. Okay. Lane Kiffin's best play call ever. I truly do believe this call earlier this year versus Kentucky, this is one of the best calls ever. And I get into why Lane, in the grand scheme of things, was able to figure something out in this game that worked. But it was honestly something even deeper that made this call so great. Okay. And it's very easy to join membership. You just hit this join button and then you get a cool asterisk by your name. And there you go. Lawrence says lots of what the F vids. Yeah, it's just kind of my signature. What the F? I mix it up from time to time. Don't use words like affable. Ole Miss and Florida fans will be Googling it for 2 hours. Amicat says need to hire Tyron Matthew as an assistant. Tyron actually started a podcast. Y'all check it out. Tyron, if you're watching, I would love to have you on, man. Promote it. Yeah, that was a crazy one. A big growing moment for Lane was that game. Dude, he was such a big laughing stock. Okay. Now, kind of like Kyle Williams. Yeah. I do too. I want to get into what I think is going to happen tomorrow at this Ole Miss meeting. I do think one thing that was at the center of that Ross Dellinger report that seems to be a big sticking point for Lane is the NIL stuff. All right. So I want to let you in just a little behind the scenes of what I do here. Okay. Once again, we're pushing a break again. Big thanks to our friends at Labor Therapy, labortherapy.com. This is all high stress. I know you guys don't want to see, my partners and all of that. I get it. Okay. I've gotten a few messages about that. Once again, I only have 2 breaks that I played during the course of a stream, and I'm even pushing them back because those partners, they know I'm doing right by them. So Fortify Gulf Coast, fortifygulf.com. Fortify your roof today. Get up to 37% on your homeowner's insurance. And for Labor Therapy, labortherapy.com. 5 different locations in the Lafayette region. If you just check them out. Okay. We got a lot of people in their 40s and 50s. You got that sore back, knees, all of it. Okay. But I want to talk about what I think Lane is truly thinking about. He has made so much money. His kid is likely going to make a lot of money as a player. And if he's not a player, he's probably going to be a coach as well. Landry seems to be ambitious, and he's got money. Okay, I don't think money is the single most important thing to him. I also don't think the money you make as a head football coach is quite as important because the job consumes you so much. It's a little bit different in when you get it as just an athlete because you have a lot more free time. Okay. I do think the NIL budget is at the core of it. So I am a big Lane Kiffin fan. It's not that I personally like him. All right. It's not that. It's that I truly do think he is a special head coach. I truly do believe it. And I think in your heart of hearts, you feel that same way as well. This is a guy who you can make a very strong case, to whoever you are watching this right now, that he should have won all the matchups versus Brian Kelly. 2022. Jumps out to a big lead. They miss a walk-in touchdown to Jonathan Mingo. And on the very next play, Jackson Dart takes a big shot to his head. Wasn't the same guy after the rest of the game. We came back, won, and kicked their ass. But they jumped out at us. 2023, they won that game. That was probably the game that we should have won. We were up by 9, but they did jump out to a lead on us. Third quarter, third game. Same thing. Okay. They jumped out. They probably should have beaten us. Garrett Nussmeier was unreal in that game, as was Kyron, as was Witt. A lot of people stepped up and found a way to get us that win last year versus the Rebs. And then, of course, this season they took care of business versus us. It was a competitive game, but they were the better team. So you guys have seen in all 4 of the games, even though we went 2-2, he was a better coach versus Brian Kelly than vice versa, even though the record says different, that they were even. But I listen to a lot of Lane Kiffin press conferences. I do. On the occasion that he would bring up part of his thought process. So in the film study that I just showed you a minute ago, and this is a public free one, by the way, I play an interview he did with Kirk Herbstreit where he broke down his 4th down process, how he goes along with the thought process of choosing whether or not to go for it, and how he gives his offensive coordinator a heads up. Hey, this is what we're going to do if it's 4th and 2 or if it's 4th and 5. And we don't do that. We do not do that. Or at least to my knowledge, we don't do that. Okay. But he said something pretty interesting in the post-game press conference. And I think there were 2 different implicit meanings behind it. So after LSU versus Ole Miss, he brought up and emphasized how talented our roster is. That we had the 3 best defensive backs in the portal. And obviously, those are Cooley, Halsey, and Delane, 2 of which have been arguably the best at their positions, and Cooley's also been mostly good. So, what did he mean by that? Well, 2 different things. The first is an implicit thing of him saying, hey, our offense is so good, we beat them, despite them having all that talent on defense. A little pat on the back. But the second, of course, is kind of an indirect shot at Ole Miss. Hey, we needed those guys. We did not land them. Everything that I've heard regarding Lane is that the NIL and the transfer portal stuff matters so much to him. And obviously every coach feels that way. But I do think tomorrow is going to be a situation where he's going to tell Keith Carter face to face, this is what I need every year for my roster. Okay. So my thing to you, Pegasus, is if Lane comes here and goes to the playoffs 3 out of 4 years, and then he goes to the NFL, would you not trade that? I'll take that. Hell, at this point, I don't think I would absolutely positively a gazillion % need him to win an Natty. If you get to the playoff 3 out of 4 seasons, pretty damn good job. Texans won tonight? Interesting. Let's go Bills or Texans. Yeah, let me see. I do want to get to this here. All right. So I saw this, and I didn't see if this actually. All right, good. This kid got the subscribers. Okay, so this is one of my my friends, my buddy Breck. He is battling the evil sea right here, and we obviously don't ever want, especially kids. I don't mean to be sad here or anything, but earlier today, his dad asked, "Hey, can everyone go subscribe?" And his dad's name is Rob. He's a good friend of mine. So if y'all can, just go subscribe to Breck Shadow. I'll post a link right here. And we're going to do our part to help get his subscriber count up. So if y'all can, this is a link, youtube.com/Breck. That's BRECK Shadow, SHADOW. Okay. And you got to have 50 subscribers on YouTube. So he obviously got that after his dad posted on Facebook. But if y'all can go subscribe to it, I think it's mostly like gaming stuff or whatever. But subscriptions are free. It doesn't cost you anything. So go support my little man right there. There you go. So we'll get back into LSU football discussion. You got this, Brett. Would you take the exact record Lane has at Ole Miss? He went 5-5 his first year, although that was his COVID year. Yeah, I mean, yeah. What were his losses? I know he lost to Arkansas. Lost to Bama. Lost to us. That was the Kayshawn game. That's a crazy game, dude. That was a crazy, crazy, crazy game. You fought the evil C, Murphy J? Well, you're a strong man. I appreciate your membership too, man. Yeah, but y'all go subscribe to my low man's channel. Kid's been at St. Jude a few different times. No, I don't know if I want to see that, Ash Dog. I can't take Joe Brady slander. Okay? Supalea says, I hate the idea of him coaching LSU. I get it. It's once again, every time a coach goes to a new job, you do not know if it's going to work. You do not know. That is the brilliance of sports. Okay. Murphy says, I'm in remission, but it will come back. And guess what? You're going to kick its ass again. That's the bottom line. Because Stone Power Hour LSU Cold says so. That's what we do. We've had obviously, I get really sad talking about this, but our biggest supporter, King Robert. It's still crazy. King Robert passed away fighting the evil sea. And I got to live with this the rest of my life. That I never got to meet this man. And I went to his funeral. And I met every single one of his family members and never got to meet him. And obviously, I lost my father-in-law to cancer a few months ago. I say a few months ago. It's crazy how quickly the time passed and how long the time passed, how quickly the time passed. I know that doesn't make sense at all, but if you've lost someone to cancer, you would realize that. It is crazy to think King Robert passed like right before Brian Kelly coached his first game. It's sad, dude. It's really, really, really sad. And Chip, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I really would not, the channel would not have taken off without King Robert's time investing into the channel. Let's go to Jacob. All right. Yeah, let's talk about Tiger droppings. And Chip, thank you so much for your membership. We appreciate you, man. He says Tiger droppings is way confident right now with insider info. That stuff scares me. Okay. So here's the truth about Tiger droppings. Now, I have had some of my stuff posted on Tiger droppings, and I love it. For especially me as a sole person. I'm the only person that runs this thing. I do have Shorts help. Shout out to Jay Smacks. But when it comes to Tiger droppings, I love it when I see my stuff posted in there occasionally. And at the same time, you know, the last thing that like I was connected to was the Blake Baker stuff. All right, where I was really early on the Baker to LSU stuff, and it got posted in there, and it happened. Okay, well, I love Tiger droppings. I do, and I do think people dismiss a good bit of what is posted in there because anyone can post in there. There's no real ethics behind like an anonymous name there because it's not vetted by professional editors and sources and all that stuff. But there are a lot of people in professional newsrooms that hear crazy stories and could probably verify those crazy stories, but they don't want the truth of those stories to come back and hurt their organization. They don't want to deal with what could come from some of that. Okay. So some of that stuff gets posted on Tiger Droppings. And it could be pretty hardcore. So people that immediately dismiss like Tiger Droppings, hey, this place is a dump, it's a cesspool. F that. But as with anything on the internet now, and you guys know I'm a fan of Bengal Tiger. Been friends with Shay for a long time. Matthew Brune's a regular guest on here. Love Matthew Brune. And obviously we need to get Shay on. And it's way too long for Shay Dixon to make his PHL debut. They've been talking about all the page views that they get from that. And there's legit people in there. I'm telling you. There are legit people in there that know shit. I'm just telling you. I actually know one of the guys that posts under an anonymous name in there. There are some people in there that know stuff, and like they just do. It's just, they don't want to put themselves out there. They don't want to burn. They don't want to get burned. Okay. So Jacob, to your super chat or your membership here. Yeah. Go into reading whatever you want to read on Tiger Droppings or whatever you hear me say. You should always be skeptical of everything. And this this will be more important than anything else college football related and all the Lane reports. And, by the time tomorrow comes around, all of this will be dated because we will learn of what was actually said in the meetings with Keith Carter tomorrow. You have got to be skeptical of every last thing you read on the internet. All right, there's going to come a time, and your parents are probably already dealing with this. Your boomer-ass parents are sharing these fake Facebook stories, and they don't know. They don't know. So with everything you read on the internet, you should think of two things. The first is this actually true? Could I rationally, truly believe this to be plausible? And then the second thing, whenever you read or see a video or whatever on the internet, what was the effort behind that? Okay, so this kind of angered me today in the middle of the Arkansas coaching search, and this is getting passed around quite a bit. It's kind of funny how, like, Auburn is open, and Auburn can win big. Auburn can win big if they get the right guy and the right funding. They got money. They got a really cool home-ass environment. The Barners can get this thing going. Same thing is true in Florida. And Arkansas's got deeper pockets in both of them. They can get things going if they were really to get everybody on board there. But there was this guy, and we'll get back into LSU stuff. We're just kind of rambling here. There's I don't even remember his name, but he gets popped up on because he's gotten the Arkansas algorithm because he was posting a lot of frustrations with Arkansas's athletic director, Hunter Yurachek, who is literally the wildest athletic director in terms of how lucky he is to still have a job. He lucks into becoming the college football playoff commissioner or the playoff committee chair because the Baylor athletic director got let go today because he had an altercation with the player who ironically, this is crazy, was with Ole Miss. It was a Lane Kiffin tight end. Michael Trigg was the alleged player. I don't know too much about that situation. But there was an Arkansas reporter who was reporting a bunch of stuff about what was going wrong with the Arkansas's NIL stuff. And, I vetted it. Some of it was just kind of hyperbolic stuff. And other stuff was like, yeah, that makes sense. Hunter's not a great AD. Y'all might hate Scott Woodward. It was one contract, right? Yurachek, I can get into a lot of different things with that. But the reason I bring that up is because he then shared today and he won't confirm or deny if he's being for real or not, that Arkansas is talking with Dabo Swinney. And this has actually been shared a gazillion times today. That Dabo Swinney in Arkansas, that there was conversations, interest, whatever. So the thing I don't like is the kind of joking stuff. It's kind of, I don't mind like an eye emoji or something like that every once in a while. But even then, that can get a little sickening, a little vague posting. And I do it from time to time. We all do it a little bit. I wouldn't say we all do it. But this idea that you can just do that, it's just crazy to me. Let's go to John. He said, the sad realization is that LSU is not as attractive of a job as we think. It has a potential, but we're so mid. Well, John might have a point. I don't think we're mid. I really don't think we're mid. This year we're mid. But it's easier to be mid and bad at LSU than what it used to be. Because we used to stockpile all the Louisiana guys and even more talent than just that. And there wasn't NIL involved. And the coaches in the SEC are just so much stronger. And honestly, the thing that really gets you is, yeah, Clark Lee's good. Yeah, Brent Key's good. These coaches are good, but a lot of these coaches that are the sexy coaching name right now are good because they got good quarterbacks. And these aren't quarterbacks that they developed. These are guys that they got in the portal. So the thing about the SEC that's difficult is that a lot of this LSU and a lot of our heyday LSU Tiger football days, we were dominant because we had absolute savages on defense. And we also played a lot of bad quarterbacks. So now you look at the quarterbacks that we've played this year. Name a bad P4 quarterback that we've played. It's hard. It's hard. So where the SEC has gotten really good is that you don't play bad QBs. You know, you might not play great QBs, but so many LSU victories were, yeah, we have dudes, but your quarterback's name is Chris Relf. Yeah, we have dudes, but your quarterback's name is Keel Frazier. So a lot of it was that, right? Where you could have shortcomings and you could have lapses and all of that. And you still win games because the other team's not good and they didn't have good QBs. Doug knows what's good, bro. We got to get the cheesecakes, bro. Yeah, let's please not do political stuff in here, please. We're already high stress enough in here. We don't need the. And it's a little bit different if you guys wanted to talk about Governor Landry or something like that. Let's not do political stuff. BD.20927. That, quote, Lane Kiffin informed Ole Miss brass in a meeting this morning that he will be accepting the LSU head coaching job at LSU from Nakos tomorrow will hit like crack. I don't think Nakos is going to break it. Wink, wink, nod, nod. I think he'll report it. Obviously, I don't think he'll be the one that breaks it. You know, I want to talk a little bit about the actual team, if you guys don't mind. It's what I actually like to talk about. A lot of YouTubers will tell you, hey, the best thing when you cover a team is a coaching search. Yeah, I mean, views are up, interest is up, but your phone bill goes up. People asking you questions go up. It's always like the biggest thing, right? What I would tell you, though, is I got into this to talk about football, okay? I really hope we come out focused versus Western Kentucky, okay? No doubt there will be a leak tomorrow if Kiffin doesn't sign that extension before the Egg Bowl. I think it's done. I still stand by what I said about Ole Miss. Why on earth would you kick this guy to the curb when theoretically you can do all of the following? Lane could go to LSU. He could still coach the playoff. And you could still hire John Summerall. With him still coaching out the rest of the year with this team. I have no idea why Ole Miss would not let that happen. Like, I'm serious. Like, I'm not trying to be a contrarian take. I'm not trying to go viral. Why? Well, we don't want to miss out on hiring John Summerall. Well, hire him. He leaves. You need a head coach to come in. Hire him. And he can come in and get your next roster ready, especially if Tulane's not going to be in it. Well, Carter, what would Lane's current players do? Well, they're going to be following him to Ole Miss anyway. Let me ask you this. If Lane were to inform his players tomorrow and he say, hey, I'm taking the LSU job. And he packs his bags. And then Keith Carter, the athletic director, were to ask the players and staff, what do you want us to do with Lane? I guarantee you they would say, let him finish out the year. If you're LSU, we obviously just hired him to that contract and all of that. Would you let him do that? Well, if I were LSU, I probably wouldn't want him to do that. No. But what if Lane said, look, I'm taking the job. Ole Miss is letting me finish out the season, Will you let me finish out this season? I don't think LSU says no to that. I don't think so. I really don't. I know I'm going to get met with, well, of course they wouldn't let it happen. If you wanted him badly enough, what's waiting a few couple of weeks more? Carter, you got to build your transfer portal class. You got to, well, you can hire your recruiting staff to go on ahead and get ready to do that. You could still you could still do that and still coach the team. No, you can't. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. And you can still hire John Summerall and get the Ole Miss roster ready for the next year. Yes, he's been involved, and I will tell you, Andy, that has not been well received in Alabama. It's not been. It's been brought up that Nick is a consultant for the University of Alabama, and he is. He gets paid something. I don't remember what it is, but he gets paid like a decent amount of money, like a school teacher's salary a month to consult Alabama. So there's a lot of people in Alabama that don't like that. They say, "Hey, you're with us. Why are you doing that?" I don't know. No, Brandon. I would not if I'm Ole Miss. Because here's the thing: if you're Ole Miss, you 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 could win the whole thing this year. You could win the whole thing, and if you were to poll a wide variety of programs, let's say Kansas State, for instance, or Virginia Tech, or whatever, they would take winning one national championship over all these 8-4s and 9-3s and randomness that they've had throughout their program's history. There are so many teams that would trade a whole hell of a lot for one natty. So what if you win a natty with one coach who had already agreed to be a coach with another team? Arn says they can win one without Lane too and give him a ring, and that'd be glorious. That actually probably would be wilder. I don't think anyone in here said that. Let's keep it going. Seth with the Galaxy Brain. Jeff got Scott fired because he knew Lane would not work for Scott after 2021 hiring process. I keep my thoughts on that to myself because it is kind of sensitive. But you're a smart man. I don't think that was the main reason though he fired Scott. Okay, so it's kind of funny. We were talking about a meeting in Oxford. When there's a meeting tomorrow with LSU that's important. So there will be a board meeting on what to do with Brian Kelly's buyout. Okay. So, one of our guests from not too long ago, Piper Hutchinson, joined us. And she's just a really good reporter. Okay. We love good reporters. Okay. We're lucky to have had quite a few on here. Okay. So, Board of Supervisors meeting tomorrow at 9:15 Central. Discussion of Brian Kelly is on the agenda. All right. So here's the thing I don't like about pulling up these kinds of things. The words are just too big. Call to order and roll call. I could do that. Invocation and pledge of allegiance. Public comment. And then discussion of italicized Brian Kelly et al. Versus Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College. Docket number 770421, section 26, 19th Judicial District Court. This item will be discussed in executive session pursuant to LARS 42:17A2, and then adjournment. So there will be discussion about the buyout. Airport hangar pick. I just looked at it, Pierce. I don't know what that is. I really, really, really don't. You want me to get him on, Pierce? If he's, do you want me to get? I can get him on. I'm just reading if there's anything else before I want to go. LSU played Alcorn State tonight. They were 61.5-point favorites, and they won by 62 points, 112-49. That is ridiculous. And I'm just reading to see if there's anything else. I mean, I threatened to go live until the board meeting tomorrow. It's you, sicko, staying up this late. So do you want me to? I just messaged him to see if we can get him on. Okay. All right. So final thoughts. We're going to squeeze in our break. Once again, please go support our partners. God, this is the wildest super I've ever received in my life. Okay. This is the wildest one. I'll address it right after this.
Power Hour Network listeners and viewers, you might be consuming this content with that crick in your back that you've been trying to get rid of for so long. Take this as your sign today to book your appointment with LabourdTherapy.com. In the Lafayette region, there is no one that you will find that cares more about any different type of pain that you might have than the team at LabourdTherapy.com. Book today. Once again, that's LABORDE therapy.com, or you can visit one of their 5 locations all throughout the Lafayette region.
PHL Nation, it's time to lock in and get serious really quickly with our friends at Fortified Gulf Coast and FortifiedGulf.com. This is my buddy Ramey. He is one of many Fortified Gulf Coast inspection professionals that are doing something to help you not only save your home, but your memories.
The Fortified program got started about 13 years ago. We adopted it here in New Orleans about 2.5 years ago. It's a more advanced way of doing the roof. It adds an extra layer of protection, whereas even if a hurricane was to pull the shingles off this roof, water will still not get into the house.
So yes, your establishment is important, but what about the things you can't replace? That family scrapbook or that painting that's been handed down from Meemaw to Papaw and to you. It is important to protect that today with Fortified Roofing. And while this seems like a priceless asset, did you know it can actually save you on your homeowner's insurance up to 37% if you are in South Louisiana? Just call the number 504-444-7563. That's 504-444-7563, or visit fortifiedgulf.com. That's FORTIFIEDGULF.com. Let's go.
All righty.
Aaron, clapping my wife's cheeks, dreaming of tomorrow when she suddenly yells, Lane! My question for you is, would you be mad about that? If you landed the coach that your school has been clamoring for? Now, here's the thing. It could be that you're doing the first thing here, and then 30 seconds afterwards, your dream starts, and then you're done, and then she looks at her phone and yells, Lane, and she got the NACOS alert. Maybe it's that. I don't think this is too grotesque either. because you're married. I hope that you and your significant other are doing that. It's part of a healthy marriage. Doug wants to talk about younger Nuss, who's also a 2027. Yeah, he's a good player. Colton, left-hander. With him, there was thought that he was going to be a baseball guy. But he can play. Colton can play. Like Coach O said, we coming, literally and figuratively, and we ain't backing down. Nothing wrong with coming. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's how we all got here. It wasn't a stork dropping a kid from the child or from the sky. Big thanks to TJ. Okay, I'm looking at the let me look at this. We can watch this together. The UL ending. Some good football tonight. Okay. Oh man. I have no idea what happened on this play. I do know UL got it done. Chance, let me know if you're still in here. Volume off. Okay. So 2nd and goal. Looks like we have some late subs. Got press man across the way. Oh man, there's nothing like this sport. Okay, QB rollout. Fake option pitch. Did he get in? Did he get in? No, he did not get in. Good stop, Cajuns. Great stop. Great stop. Let's see. It's so tough to go down with that play. It really, really, really is. Okay. Type Y for yes, type N for no. If you want to do a film study. You want me to do a full film study breakdown of this play. Seth says Saturday is probably our last chance for 3 weeks on the field. I think it could happen the next week. Okay. So let's break this down. Why I don't like this play call. Okay. So it looks like this is a check into this play. Maybe I don't know. I would need to go hear what Butch had to say about this. But if I also need to, I could just look this up really quickly. Bear with me. I didn't watch the rest of the game either. So, there might have been some action that they were building off of this to lead up to this play. Okay. So, like an earlier touchdown or something like that. 15 play drive here. Okay. So, UL did take a timeout beforehand. Okay. So, which makes sense. So, they took their final timeout before they called this play. So, they came out of the timeout running a play, and they might have checked into this play based on the look that they got. Okay. So now we get into why I don't like running the option here. Now, before I preface this, it is important to point out that I'm not just saying this because it didn't work. I probably wouldn't like this call anyway. Is that with the ball being on the left hash and it basically being on the 2-point line, it's not quite on the 2-point line. It's a little bit ahead of it on the 2.5 here. What a lot of teams like to do on these plays are rollouts to the right. Okay, you've seen it plenty of times. The most iconic was Jaden to Mason. And if I am a player going up against a mobile QB, a defender going up against a mobile QB, I am automatically thinking with two receivers to the right side and a tight end who very well could motion pre-snap into a split zone look. If I were just looking at this formation, I would think that the tight end right there, or the H-back, if you will, who's in that squat, would be in motion, split zoning. We're trying to roll out and hit him to the right like we did with Mason. Okay. So the reason why I don't like an option here is as a defender, I'm thinking that they're already going to do that. And this is a play that is very horizontal, right? This quarterback's really not running towards the goal line. There's a pitch option mixed into this, and obviously he can't pitch it now. The end was expecting this to happen out here. Okay. So that's a difficult block for that right tackle. And that end's outside shoulder was able to stay free. And he was able to play both the quarterback and the running back. So the quarterback, I think, was right in not just pitching this. This is not going anywhere anytime soon. Then, of course, he cuts it back in, and there's a lot of players in there. It was a good cutback on 90, but one actually made this closer than what I actually thought it was going to be. Let's see if we get another replay, see how close it was. No, we didn't. Okay. Big win for the Cajuns. God, this is just such a massive win to go to 5-6, and they're still able to fight for bowl eligibility. Big, big, big game for both teams, obviously. One team's going bowling. One team could still go bowl. And there you go. That's why I'm probably not calling that play right there. Okay. It's not the worst play. Once again, I would need to know more about that team. I would need to know what else was called in that game. Mm. Stephen A. coming in. Stephen A. doing your job, saying, I don't even know what you said. It was something about ain't no brothers that live in Oxford. Oxford's got brothers. Come on, you ain't got to lie like that. I don't have a lot of them, I don't think, but let's keep it going. I hope Lane's convo ends with they have 102,000 in a place called Death Valley. Our largest crowd was 68,000. Come on, Keith. I'm out, bro. Later. I can get down with that. You gotta get a slurp, gurgle, gurgle, slurp. That's what Aaron's wife was doing a few minutes ago. Obviously, Aaron, I wouldn't have made that joke if he didn't super chat what you just did a minute ago. Oh man, that is a sicko comment. Part of why I'm still alive though is because I don't think I could go to sleep until this meeting tomorrow. You know, one thing I go back to with the college football playoff. You know, I got into it today with Orofino. I am fine with the group of 5 getting a playoff bid. I'm perfectly fine with it. The weirdest thing to me about this pushback against the group of 5 getting one playoff bid is this idea that we are giving the group of 5 a participation trophy. We're just giving them a seat at the table just for charity. Okay. Which is, it's not true. It's not charity. You know, the way I view the group of 5 sitting at the big boys table is, in a way, kind of like the same position that I see myself in as a YouTuber. I don't have the same resources as some of these other YouTubers. I don't have, a big network or anyone funding me or anything like that. Obviously, I have your donations. And that's most of it. Now we have partners and all of that, and I get ad revenue and all of it. But I'm a small operation in comparison with them. Okay. I think I could chat college football with anybody. Now, it's not quite the same thing because there's no winners and losers in college football debates or chatter or whatever. But the thing is, we have got to recognize that the group of 5 plays a different sport than we do. Well, if that's the case, I understand a lot of you would say, well, why do they deserve a seat at the table with the rest of us? Well, The reason is that you are now a minor league for the big boys. Why can't we just give you one spot? Because what is as impressive as any of these teams sneaking into the college football playoff is you having a team that is able to beat out all these other group of 5 schools that are basically having to do the same thing that you have to do, which is fight with the big boys in terms of roster management and so on and so on. What is one seat at the table? It is technically less than 10% of your field. Boo-hoo. Miami doesn't get in. So, I don't give a damn. They had their chances. Don't lose to Louisville. Don't lose to SMU. Now, from a neutral standpoint, sure, Miami would be a sexier watch and probably a more competitive game if they were to get into the field. But one seat? We're giving away one seat of the group of 4 table? Okay? So I get it. I totally get it. That 12 team will never win a natty. Interesting. I don't know if an ACC team's ever going to win a natty in the 12-team field. Well, Clemson's done it. Florida State's done it. But I don't know if they're going to do it in the future. Something else, Doug, is I don't think an 8 seed has ever won the NBA title. Should we not have an 8 seed in the NBA playoffs? Yeah, it's crazy to go down that rabbit hole. So I'm fine. Now, if you want to put stipulations in there that the group of 4 team can't have more than 3 losses or something like that, sure. But I'm fine with 1 slot out of a playoff field. Remember, this is a playoff. Most teams that get into a playoff get in there comfortably that go on to win a title. Now, we'll say, I don't think the Big Ten rationally wants to go to a 2014 playoff if we don't actually change what college football looks like now. And one thing I would change, I kind of want to go live until tomorrow morning. Can we do a 12-hour live stream? Oh, my God, my wife's going to hate me. And this would technically be, I've been live for 7 hours now because I called 2 basketball games earlier today. You know, one thing I've kind of grown into in terms of the group of 5 and all of that is I kind of want the SEC to break off and just be its own thing. And the SEC does sort of like a Premier League thing where it's a 16-team league and the top 2 at the end of the year play a championship, and you play every team once, and that's that. There's a piece of me that kind of wants that, as crazy as that sounds. But this is the thing, and it's different if you're not a fan of European soccer. And I like to group college football playoff fans, or just college football fans, into 2 sets of people. All right, so there is a set of people that have watched and understand European soccer that also like college football. And then there are a set of people that don't know anything about European soccer. Because the thing is, the reason why grouping those two sets of people into two separate categories is that you are likely just an American sports fan if you've never experienced what not having playoffs actually does for the health of your sport. Because the idea of playoffs are stupid. It really is stupid. Why would the best way to determine a champion be to have a separate set of games that become the only valuable set of games that had nothing to do with the main set of games that make up more than 90% of your season? So what European soccer does for their domestic leagues, now there's different kinds of tournaments and whatnot, is that they don't do a playoff. They have 20-team league. You play one team at home, you play one team on the road. You get 3 points for a win, 1 point for a tie. Whoever has the most points at the end of the year wins. All right. That is what college football has been. All right. We've had a BCS, but basically, your regular season was everything. And that's why college football grew into the sport it was today. It was everything. Every week was a playoff game. And European soccer is kind of the same thing. Every single game that you play has a direct outcome on the championship result. So I say this rant because you then begin to see how stupid it is to even discuss any type of playoff format with the sport when there's over 120 teams in the sport. How can you even come up with a playoff format that makes any type of sense? Okay? So yes, the Big Ten has presented the 24-team format. But I do think if you're going to do that, you're going to need to change some shite up. Get another Slurpee. I just have no idea. I will never, ever, ever understand the group of four hate. One team. That's all it is one team. Let's go to Doug Knows because weaker leagues get in there now. If LSU was in the Big 12, we'd be in every year. I think Arizona State was better than us last year. I think we lose to Iowa State as well. They were in the Big 12 championship, but I get your idea. We still need to go get those cheesesteaks you were telling me about. Apparently, there's a place in Pineville, Alexandria, where Doug resides. I've met all of Doug's friends. I will never forget meeting you in Florida State. And your wife wore an outfit that my wife had in her store. She's a boutique manager. And she looked at me. She was like, "Does Carter know fashion?" Because she was probably thinking that I was like just some football jock. I remember the look on her face. She was like, "Thank you." Or go solo like Notre Dame. Jay Tiger says, "I wonder if Colin Simmons of Texas comes to LSU if Lane came." Me and Doug need to get together again. Doug's my guy, man. I remember calling Doug. That story you told me about the four-wheeler chase was crazy. Doug's ready to go to bed. Good night, fellas. It's bougie. Men who know nothing about fashion are called heterosexual. Fellas, is it wrong to care about how you dress? I don't know anything about fashion. I know a little bit because my wife knows a lot about it. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of dudes out there that dress nice and they're hetero. Packets is dropping a Wally Pip. Let's go, dude. Let's go. A Wally Pip. That is crazy. I didn't think we'd get a Wally Pip tonight. That's wild, dude. That would be the wildest thing. I don't know what would be wilder if Lane coming to LSU or Bryce Underwood coming back. For European soccer? Dude, there's nothing wrong with European soccer. Oh, you're going deer hunting in 5 hours and I didn't get an invite? We can go buck some Shiite up, dude. I'll go buck them up with you. Dude, God. I don't know how you sickos sit in the damn deer stand. It could be -3 degrees and you're in the deer stand. There you go. I like Rufino. Is Moscona Italian? I didn't know Moscona was Italian. I really didn't. I knew Blake was Italian. But yeah, I have no problem with the group of 4 team getting one slot. It's less than 10% of the field, by the way. You know, people talk about let's not expand the playoff. And then complain that one of those playoff slots goes to a team that you cannot take their slot. You know? And I know that could come back and bite me because, you know, LSU, we're not a top 5 program. Are we a top 5 job? Yeah, but that's different. We are more of that program that's in the outside of the top 5, but can be annual top 5 job. But we're more of like a 7 to 12-ish kind of job. So that group of 5 playoff slot is very valuable to an LSU. Let's go to Canes 5-0. Kiffin is meeting Ole Miss tomorrow, not just for an ultimatum, but for Ole Miss to say they will give $40 million in NIL money, so he stays. That's coming from an Ole Miss Insider podcast. He's gonna stay. Welcome to the channel. I hope you're wrong. But once again, the rational thing would be for Lane to stay. That's funny. That is so funny. Look at this. I just got a text. Let's go, Doug. Doug, can I show this? Look at this. Look at Doug. Doug, can I show your photo? Please tell me. Please say yes, Doug. Yeah, I gotta see what Doug just sent me, dude. Well, if that was your kid's first deer, he's got to smear the blood on his face, right? Yeah. All right, y'all. This is why Doug's got to get in the deer stand. Look at that. Look at that. I put Bambi's head right in the center of that circle. This is actually Bambi ascending into heaven right here. Look at that. Look at that. I actually could get demonetized for showing a dead animal for that long. That's what I'm talking about right there. That'll be some good. Man, have you chat, let me know have y'all ever had deer chili? Oh, y'all call deer? I didn't know y'all called deer heads a rack. Doug has a nice rack. There you go. I can see Doug's wife waking up. Why are there dudes telling you in the chat this late that you got a nice rack? Why What website are you on? Are you on farmersonly.com? What the heck is going on here? This is funny. This is funny. This is funny. This is funny. Oh man. Let's keep it a buck. No one knows what he's doing. Oh man. Let's keep it a Giannis. Nobody knows what he's doing. Let's keep it a Michael Redd. Nobody knows what he's doing. Let's keep it a Nuck if you. Nobody knows what he's doing. Nuck if you bug right. Nuck if you bug. I love it. Doug, I swear to God, y'all are about to laugh so freaking hard. When you're as delirious and as tired as I am. So I can't show your kid holding up the deer. I think YouTube would get too crazy about that. But, so Doug did send me a photo of his child also. And I read this as this kid killed on I-10. I read that as I-10 instead of a 110 because I don't know anything about deers. I don't know what a 110 is. I thought you were saying your kid. I thought you were saying your kid who was younger was driving and ran this deer over on I-10, which would be crazy because I don't think I've ever seen a deer on I-10. That is so funny. Oh my God. That is so freaking funny. On I-10. On I-10. I don't know. It might not be funny at all to y'all. Yeah, it is impressive, though. I don't think I could ever kill a deer, though. Okay, let's get to a few more here. Let's go to Blake. Welcome, Blake. How are you on the field, bro? How are you feeling about the Lane deal is done with him? How do I feel about Coach O coming along with him? I'm down. Let's do it. Coach O's going to come in and flip Blaine Bradford. Get Coach O Sam Petito. Let's go to Paul. Carter, how long did you do stand-up? What made you stop? I actually just signed a deal to come back. I didn't announce it on here yet, but to do a show locally here. I'm not good enough to, like, I made it sound like I signed a deal to start selling theater tickets and stuff like that. You know, I used to do local shows here. If you want to come, I could hook you up with some ticks. And they used to do really well, so they're having me back. And I would do like 10, 15 minutes at the beginning. And the hard part about doing it is that I'm also producing the show. So I put together the lineup of comedians, and they're just friends of mine. And some of them are comics that I book from. We got one guy coming in from LA. They get recommended to me, and you know, it's show business. I got to put asses in seats. But what made me stop? I wasn't that good at it. I was moving to New York City to try and live it, try and go out there and live the dream. And I had an apartment picked out. I was moving in with my best friend, and COVID happened. Literally, I was driving. I was going to drive up to New York City. Had a place where I could park my car, and probably wouldn't have ever driven it, but COVID hit. It was actually the last rendition of the show. One of the last renditions. They brought it back like for like one or two more shows, but they so COVID happened, and I was able to cancel my apartment. I'd signed the lease and everything, and they had in New York they had COVID forgiveness, and you know, my wife and I, this started working, and then I said no to going for that dream. Now I could have gone back and done the grind like I used to, but I was like, I never really was that great at it. So yeah, so I've given my percentage chances. Obviously, at this point, Florida just seems out of it. So you would put them probably like 10%. And so then you have a remaining 90%. I would say LSU's probably in the slight lead of that. So I don't know, probably 45, not 45, but probably like 55 to 60% chance he's picking LSU. But I just keep going back to this the same thing that Cooper said. This was from months ago. He said, Carter, the thing is the timing. And what he said that was unsaid by him is if we were in a 12-team playoff, he would have already taken the LSU job. More than likely. With all of this team. Oh, look at Southeastern. They're going to the playoffs. The team we played earlier this year. That's awesome. Dude, I kind of want to go on another reign here. I'm at the 9-game SEC conference schedule. You know, there's a lot of pressure going to be put on these coaches with the 9-game conference schedule, and all these strength of schedule metrics are already so much stronger for the SEC. But it goes back to what I said earlier about the playoff. The only reason that so many people are bickering about the 9-game SEC conference schedule is because of the playoff. their whole argument is our schedules are already more difficult than the Big Ten. They play 9 conference games. We don't. So now we got to play a 9th and an out-of-conference P4. It makes our life that much harder. So what? If your mantra is we're the SEC and it means more, what's one more conference game? The same amount of conference games that everybody else plays. Well, Carter, the Big Ten's got Purdue and Northwestern and a bunch of crappy teams. We don't have that in the SEC. Right now, we don't. I mean, there's bad teams, but there's no, like, just atrocities. You know, Arkansas's bad, but they've averaged 7 yards per play. Okay? If your whole thing is, well, what does the Big Ten have to do to get into the playoff? Well, the playoff's not everything for me. It's just not. I think it's crazy for that to be everything for you as a fan when the SEC gets, what, a fourth of the league in every year? Let's go to Stephen A. Florida podcasters have been talking trash about LSU all day. Yeah. And you know what? Some of this is justified. They're scorned. There was real momentum for Kiffin to go to Florida. But here's the thing that Florida fans are probably trying to figure out. Well, we, like LSU, have also won 3 natties since the year 2000. We, like LSU, have a huge fan base, great home field advantage, fertile recruiting ground. Why is it, with all of their extra dysfunction and tomfoolery and all these different things, why are they winning out on this when the money is kind of the same? And the answer is simple. Florida, you suck. Gainesville sucks. Nobody actually wants to be there. That's it. I'm kidding. And it's a good question to have. It's a good question to have. So I think they're probably trying to figure out, well, what do they have that we don't? Now we're still alive. Welcome back. We're going till 9 a.m. Central. I need a refill on my Kool-Aid. Staying here, I didn't even watch my women's basketball highlights yet. Apparently, Malaysia Full Wally did some crazy things tonight. Let's go. Just refreshing. I kind of want to be live when it breaks. If that means we got to be live till Monday, so the hell be it. I'm about that life. Wi-Fi is connected. Okay. A couple of people in the chat said Ole Miss can't afford anyone. Yeah, they can. Marcel Reed. It is unbelievable. I've not done any Texas A&M coverage this year on the SEC channel. Mm. And the chat's putting in work right now. All right, y'all. I don't think I'm going to make it. I really don't think I'm going to make it. This is crazy. I watched this woman's videos on YouTube a few times. She just had 7 million subscribers. And I think she actually started her channel around the same time I started mine. And I'm at 14,000. Cleo Abram just hit 7 million subscribers. That's crazy. I don't know. Maybe I should be trying to do content like hers, or one that has a bigger question. Let's go to Paul. He said, I never answered his question. Yeah, I mean, LSU won't, but you can find people who can. I mean, they pay high schoolers all the time. All right. My dog came and checked on me. William, what's good, dude? Bryson Martinez, the offensive lineman who plays running back too. And Richard Anderson, the DT from Carr. Yeah, I don't know. Texas is in on it. Dude, they're flaming Joe Brady tonight. I've had one guy keep saying, "Hey, go look at some of the calls from Joe Brady." Everyone's bitching about him running mesh over and over and over again. Ain't nothing wrong with mesh. Murphy don't do it. That's what I was thinking of. Jay Tiger. Who sings that song? Working on the night shift. Who is that? That's working. Who's sing? That's John Party. But there's also a Commodore song. Yeah. Dude, John's a beast, dude. Okay. All right. Patrick, everything about this comment is so unfucking believably wrong. And I said I don't curse during weekday non-game lives. Dude, this is so wrong. Okay. As an Ole Miss fan, we knew hiring Lane was going to be a circus. Okay. Other than this year, when has there been a circus? Okay. Yeah, you can point to when the LSU job was open or when the Auburn job was open before freeze or whatever. But it's not really been a circus, has it? I mean, have you had massive coordinator and or player drama? Not really. I mean, not really. Not that I know of. I could be wrong on that. Yeah, you've had the Judkins situation. But there's always that there's always like kind of player NIL circus kind of things like that. Okay. Lane has never stayed anywhere. Patrick, he's been there since 2020. What do you mean he's not stayed anywhere? 2020 is an eternity. I mean, like 2020 seems like 2020 seems like that was the year where the Book of Peter was written. It seems that long ago. Like, literally, think about that. That is a while. Now, Sam was hired that same year, Sam Pittman. But 2020 is a good chunk of change in the modern coaching world. Okay. But then this last one, he named his son Knox. Look how that turned out. What is wrong with the name Knox? Why is the name Knox? Like, Knox is a great, solid name. He didn't name his kid North like Kanye. He didn't name his kid like Apple or Bladen or anything like that. Or something worse. Like, what if you named your child Pierce? Like, could you imagine if your name was Pierce? I mean, goodness gracious. I don't know if I don't even know if I could look at myself in the mirror if my name was Pierce. But Knox? Oh, after Knoxville. Oh, okay. Wait. Don't get into this, Jed. Don't get into this. This is not. That's one you can't just put out there. Pierce, you told your parents you ate your name. I actually do like the name Pierce. I'm serious. I think I've even told you that. If I didn't love you, Pierce, I wouldn't have given you half of that Johnny's Pizza. Like, true story. All right, so Johnny's Pizza, I've never had Johnny's Pizza in my life, ever. Okay? Never had Johnny's Pizza. But did a card show in Monroe. And they brought Johnny's Pizza. And I was on a diet. And ask Jay Smacks about this. Okay? Ask him about the Johnny's Pizza. I had it for the first time in 7 years. And, dude, it felt like sex. Like, I was like, this feels like penetration. That's how good the Johnny's Pizza was. I was shocked. Blown away, bamboozled. Like, literally, it was that good. So I was driving through and I was like, dude, there are at least 458 gazillion Johnny's Pizza's locations in North Louisiana. The problem is, if I'm in Ruston, I got to choose Johnny's Pizza over Rotolo's. And I don't know if I can do that. That's a big boy move. I love Tolos. I would take either one of them as partners of PHL. Okay. We get a late night super. Hanville 07. What's my evaluation of Zyron Forstall? Could you imagine Anderson, Brown, Gerald's, and Forstall on the same D line? Kiffin never had that. Okay. Let's talk about this. I'm glad. Han, I kind of want to send you back the super chat because it feels amazing, first off, to see him. And as we always say here on PHL, I need to do a better job of this because I always felt a little uncomfortable when I would shout out this very thing. But we must celebrate the super dads of PHL. This is a deep cut. We used to do this all the time. And I, who am really late, I do want to have kids, but I might be past the age. I don't know. I got to see if this thing still works. The truth, though, is super dads of PHL and dads that are watching this right now, you are so important. You know, one part of Lane's decision is, what do my kids want? Super dads of PHL. And look at Hanville. Look at this. Got the kiddos in front of the Ferris wheel. We even got one with the little Batman mask on, I think. So let's talk about this. So the second part, and I probably shouldn't say this publicly, the second part, but Kiffin did have that last year. That defensive line he had last year was good. But Hanville, your point still remains the same. Your major point is he can have more of those at LSU, which is true. It is true. Okay? So, let's get into this. Richard Anderson, obviously Brown, the 5-star from U High. Deuce Gerald's, who is my guy. I love me some Deuce Gerald's. He is more productive than any of these names. And then you have, and he's the lowest rated recruit of these names. And Deuce Gerald's is also, tell him, Hanville, Deuce Gerald's also has ridiculously good running back tape, which is rare to say about a defensive tackle. And Zion Forstall is the highest ranked recruit. Well, that's out of Brown, but they're about the same. So, first thing is, I've not watched a whole lot of him. I know he wears number 9. He is freakishly athletic. I know he's an IMG kid now. And yeah, I mean, he does pop off, right? Like when you watch him, you're like, okay, this guy's got some serious juice. Okay. So that would be a filthy defensive line. It would be. You know, it would be a little different because you need to put one of them at end. Forstall, of course. Well, if you're playing an Aranda tight front, you can make that work. Anderson as your 0, and then Brown and Gerald's as 4 eyes and Forstall. That's not really Gerald's game, though. Gerald's is a 3-tech and a 4-3. But that would be a filthy defensive line, though, Hanville. And I appreciate your Superman. Rotolo's over Johnny's. Paul says Rotolo's 100% over Johnny's. Fred says, does Rotolo's still have those Joe Horn barbecue wings? They do. Like, Rotolo's chicken wings are pretty fire. Dude, they are pretty fire. But once again, All right, Murphy, we'll see you. Or we'll take one quick break, and then we'll wrap it up after this. I don't know. We might keep it going. Quick break.
Are you missing that sweet swing? If pain is holding your golf game back, you must check out the full simulator at the Lafayette location of Laborde Therapy Center. Yes, Chase and his team built this simulator to go along with a full set of programs catered to your needs. Yes, this entire team at Laborde Therapy worked hard to fix that back, your elbow, shoulders, wrists, knees, toes, it doesn't matter. At their Lafayette location, 337-981-4053. Call today. But what if you don't golf? And what if you don't live in Lafayette? No problem. They fixed anything therapy related. Book today, labordetherapy.com, with locations in Carencro, Youngsville, Morgan City, and Crowley. Labordetherapy.com. LABORDE therapy.com. Let's go.
Drew Brees. And Hanville, let me know if I answered your question good enough. Yeah, that Ole Miss defensive line was nasty. Kyle's done a good job, dude. Kyle's done a good job. It could be better, though. You know, it's been a while since we've had that elite defensive tackle play. You can make a case that the best defensive line since 2019 LSU has been 2019 LSU. Picture that D-line I just mentioned with Easton Royal. Let's talk about Easton Royal. I'm glad you brought him up. And if somehow Trey stayed his senior year, you would have Hudson and Green together with Harlan Berry. Yeah, so I want to share something about Ahmad Hudson as well. So I stopped at a QT, and it was a QT in Ruston. And I saw Ahmad Hudson in there. You know, I was actually coming from Baton Rouge, and I saw him in a QT, and I didn't know what his face looked like, but I saw he wore a Ruston, because I'd only watched clips of him, and I'd seen his 247 profile a few times, but I didn't remember his face. But I saw a Ruston Letterman jacket and someone that was 6'5", and I was like, okay, that's the D1 5-star athlete. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy how they're so easy to spot out. And I didn't want to stop and introduce myself because I was actually rushing to go DJ a wedding a few weeks ago. So yeah, dude, he's crazy. He is an absolute freak. But dude, I'm glad you brought up Eastern Royal's name, because I don't I don't feel like people like talking about high school recruiting so much because of the portal being the way that it is. But Easton Royal, holy crap. That kid is fun. Wow. It feels like you're watching something. Like, it feels like I kind of want to pull up his highlights here. See if there's actual. Dude, he's nasty, bro. He is so nasty. I'll just pull up his huddle. Look what you made me do. I gotta show you all this, dude. Oh, God, a 40-second ad? Who would do such a thing? I'm kidding. Verizon, I'm going to need a bit of this check. I know you got it. Dude, look at, dude, just look at this catch. This is nonsensical, this catch. Look at this catch. What is that? What is that, dude? How many times have you seen a high schooler do this? I'm serious. I know it's tough to see. Double move, corners in a good spot. Safety's right there. How, dude? What is that? Dude, he's nasty. He's nasty, man. He's nasty. There's no way he scored off this. Dude, he's nasty. This is the first time I watched his juniors. I really have. Okay. I don't know why you're press manning the only 5-star that's on this field. Yeah, we're going to press man this guy, single Hyatt. No safety help whatsoever. Good throw. I'll make that tackle. Okay, that is so ridiculous, man. Like this one's just nuts. Like, his body control is so insane. Like, this is insane right here. All right. So this ball's thrown behind him. Look at how quickly he's able to reset and then just get vertical. And look, here's the crazy thing. This is kind of Jamar Chasey in a way. Watch him make this catch. Look what you did to me, Hanville. He does not slow down here. So catches it all in one stride, no problem. Insane, dude. The dude is nasty. There's just not many built like this. You're not catching him, dude. Look at that, dude. He's gaining distance away from the DB. These are against other humans that are trying. Now, you run that deep over. Now, dude, he's nasty. Look, the ref couldn't even keep up, man. The ref was even shocked he got out of this. Look, he's done. Ref got sniped. Okay, we're gonna overload the left side of the line. The no loss of speed, man. I gotta watch one more. Y'all done got me, dude. Y'all done got me on one. He reminds me a little bit of A&M's Casey Concepcion. Dude, he's so nasty. Okay, let's put him at RB. Oh, dude. God bless America. Yeah, I gotta stop. I even forgot I had a chat going on. Hanville had me going. Y'all blame Hanville. Eastern Royal, dude, is nasty. I'm gonna keep saying it because I'm tired enough that I can't come up with new words. God, dude, he's filled, dude. Tell him, Big Dex. Yeah, the difference between like 17-year-old Ryan Williams. It's like a little bit different though because Ryan's not a thick build. Easton's a thicker player, man. Yeah, I don't know why Manchild hadn't got any playing time. I think we just had too many wide receivers, if we're being honest. I was looking up some Eastern Royal articles, and I forgot that Sonny Ship retired. I like Sonny Ship. Yeah, 5'11". It's a little bit different if you're 5'11". You're 2027. Not as big of a deal. He'll grow some. Grow an inch, get him at 6 foot, 6'1". Oh, man. Look at that. 5 stars. Hudson, not really a shock. Haven's dipped a little in his ranking. Actually, no. 247's ranking is really high on him. Well, then his on 3 ranking must be low. Yeah, it's interesting. This is very interesting. All right, and I kind of wish services did this. I want to show you this. So they were bragging about this the other day on 3. It was a Notre Dame commit that they have ranked as a 5-star, and the 247 folks have him as a 3-star. It's rare you have that, where rarely is a 5-star on one platform and a 3-star on another. That just never happens. But it did. It was like one Notre Dame offensive lineman. Okay. But you see here, Elijah Haven is a 5-star Rivals on 3 industry. But on 3 has him barely as a top 100 prospect, and 247 has him as the number 2 overall prospect. ESPN, same thing. Peyton Houston is a 247. So basically, on 3 views Peyton Houston and Elijah Haven as identical prospects. One is number 98 overall, the other's 99 overall. And 247 has them outside the top 100, which makes sense, right? I put about 60 or 55 to 60% chance, yes. What is the best pizza in Baton Rouge? You know what's crazy? A lot of people say it's that it's Red Zeppelin. I've heard Red Zeppelin before. What else could it be? Tolos. I heard Florida Lee came back though, or is coming back. What, Pierce? Wait, what? I'm not touching that. Obviously, I don't know. Best steak in Baton Rouge. You know what's funny? Someone that lives in Arkansas is a good friend of mine who was attending my wedding. I had to go to a Toyota banquet. Um, and he went to Sullivan Steakhouse. I just like, what? Sullivan Steakhouse? I still have never, and he said it was the best steak he's ever had. I still have never been to Rufino's. I haven't had a whole lot of steaks in Baton Rouge. You haven't been to Baton Rouge since college? When'd you graduate? Since college? What do you mean you haven't been to Baton Rouge since college? What do you mean? How have you not been to Baton Rouge once? Once. But there's a good steak place by Clicks and Hooters. I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know the steak place. What? TGI Fridays? Is that it? Is that the one you were mentioning? I'm trying to think what else would be. I know there's an On the Border there. On the Border. Yeah, Death Valley in the background. What's up? The fighting Loxleys. No, you want to know what's interesting? I was thinking about this. We have not talked Michael Van Buren or Garrett Nussmeier, and we're 4 hours into this. Haven't really talked about the current team at all. We've talked about a kid in the class of 2027. That's how badly people want this season to be over. But we still have 3 more games left. Like literally. Still roughly like 20% of the season with our bowl game. I hope we go to the Pop-Tarts Bowl. But we had the my dog's just sitting here asleep. You want some Chucky? I got Sissy. All right, get some sleep. All right, go back to sleep. I woke her up. Go night night. Good. Shh. But I as a Garrett Nussmeier fan, it's going to suck not seeing him play again. Now, it's kind of strange when you do this and you're really high on a guy going into the year. I didn't bet him for Heisman. I didn't predict him to win the Heisman. I thought he would be in the discussion. But this was genuinely one of the more disappointing seasons compared to expectations that we can remember. And these happen. You have these seasons from time to time where a guy just falls off. It's kind of rare, but it happened, and Van Buren is unselfishly burning his red shirt to play these final couple of games. So yeah, it stings. It does sting, but I'm excited to see MVP. I really am. It's interesting. One thing that is very hard to ignore in college football and just in sports in general is how much nepotism is involved in coaching, broadcasting, all of it. So I thought it was interesting today that the Lakers fired two Bus brothers that were in the scouting department. They fired him, and Jeannie's not the overseer of the team anymore. Then we learned today that Joe Dumars hired his son to be basically his assistant, and no one made a stink about it until Shamat Dua brought it up. Really good journalism. And it's very much in play in college football. Lane's got a brother who coaches with them. BK's had, assistants that he's related with as a son on the team. It's interesting. Bring in Eric Bieniemy. Let's go. I think Bieniemy's going to get hired in the NFL again, especially knowing that the Chiefs' offense has not been the same since he's been gone. And I don't think Orgeron wants to be a DC. All right, y'all. It is 2 a.m. What a freaking stream. Let's see. We're going to do a few more minutes here to hit the 4-hour mark. This was grossly irresponsible for me to do a 4-hour stream. But I can't sleep not knowing who our next coach is going to be. I kind of want to. Albania. Let's go. Gotta show love to the Albanians. Yeah, I understand, dude. The time difference is insane, dude. Okay. So Chambliss, Fair State in 2021, redshirt in 2022. So 2023, 2024, 2025. He's got one more year. So does he follow Lane to BR? C-Dub, we're locking in, baby. I kind of want to crush a 5-hour energy and just stay up until the board meeting tomorrow. Yeah. So he redshirted. Like, I'll pull it up here. Arrived to Fair State in 2021 and didn't play a game. So played in 2 games in 2022. No, this is his final season. I was thinking COVID year. So this is his final year. It's still kind of wild, though, him doing what he's doing when he gets to Fair State, didn't play in a single game, and then by year 2, appeared in 2 games with no stats. And then in 2023, only had 1 start, 3 full seasons. And then in 2024, 4,000 total yards and 51 touchdowns. It's wild, dude. We got another Pierce. Is this a Pierce burner? All right, y'all. This is it. I thought I was built different, but I'm not. Sometimes you gotta look at the mirror and say, dude, you're just not built like that, bro. I'm not built like he. If this was Easton Roll sitting right here, he would be awake till, honestly, Clemson opener next year. If this was Easton Royal sitting here, but I'm not Easton Royal. I'm just a mere mortal. I just don't know how there's so many of you in here. Like, I'm honored. I am honored. I really am. And I know StreamYard can like lie. I'm about to. Yeah, partially from New Roads. Yeah. My mother's family's from New Roads, and I would spend my summers in New Roads. Loved it. Freaking loved New Roads. And it really was great because, I wasn't the last like iPad-less generation, but New Roads was great because we had a huge. My mom's side of my family didn't have much, but they did have 2 houses that were built by my grandfather, and we would just jump on the trampoline, shoot basketball, uh, water balloon fights, four-wheeler riding. It was great. Good. Can't wake the wifey up. Oh, okay, good. I hate that Franco Nation. I really do. But here's a good news, Franco. You got all of PHL Nation here, man. I read this way too fast. I'd be asleep if I didn't come across this. Usually I'm driving while listening. Drinking tonight. Dude, that would I thought you said something else, which is something you should never do. Don't do that. Don't do that. That would be kind of funny though, Franco, if you did say that. uh Oh, okay, so it's morning where you are. Holy hell, it's 2:15. I honestly didn't pay attention to what time it was here. So the hardest part of living in this part of the world is staying up till 1:30 every Saturday night. So 6 more hours. I'm guessing you're in England. I don't know where you are. We had our all oh you're that's right, Albania. Okay. Forgive my Carmen San Diego lack of knowledge here. Albania. What other country? Okay, so it's next to Greece. I need to come visit you. Flights are cheaper than Uber. That's crazy. Shout out Mrs. Meyer and New Roads. Yeah, normally, if you're in a small town like New Roads, you're like, Mrs. Meyer, who lived next to the Fobs, who lived down the street from the Gaines. That Miss, no, really? You normally do one of those things, or you see one of those things, and they're serious. GG, of course. What else would it be? I love it. All right, y'all. I appreciate each and every one of you, and we'll talk to you tomorrow if we wake up. Big thanks to all our super chatters, Mr. Rome, Jared, Jordan, Guitar George, bunch of new members, Chip, Jacob, Doug, Aaron, Clapping Cheeks, Doug, Hanville. Love it. It is Power Hour, LSU. Boom. I was hoping the Lane story would just break at this late hour. Watch it break like right when I click in. Pete Damel reports. Tonight we are doing some buffalo chicken. Let's go.